Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the participants and viewers to this first session of the Paramashivoham program, where we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence. Let us now invoke Swamiji's presence before we beginning this sequence as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. So keep your feet crossed in Sukhasana or in a comfortable seated position. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center, close your eyes, visualize Swamiji, take a deep breath, and let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasatisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunaraitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now, let us chant the Shivamola mantra 11 times. I'll be chanting it aloud so we can chant along. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let's now perform the Achamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Keep your hands in the Gokarna Mudra and pour an udharani of water in your palms and drink it at the end of each of the 3 mantras. Om Atmadattvam Chodayami Sudha. Om Vidyadattvam Chodayami Sudha. Om Shivadattvam Chodayami Sudha. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. And wipe the upper and lower lips twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with a spoon of water again. Now, with the index, middle and ring fingers of the right hand touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, left eye, right ear, left ear. Wash the hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest, the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now, let's perform the Sankalpa as you place your right palm on your left palm and place both the hands on the right thigh. Now, visualize a particular reality you want to manifest throughout this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and holding that reality, let us enter into this Sankalpa where we create the conscious resolution. Om Mama Partha Samasta Dhuridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditao Puranarogya Dragatri Yogic Sharira Siddhyartam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye Om Apaupasprisya. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now, let's enter into a quick recap of the 12 components. Keep your Panchapatrams and Uddaranis aside as we enter this quick recap. With the first component, the asana, as we all know and have been performing. The asanas are the various body postures that we'll be performing. Do them as much as you can. And for all the participants who have any ailments, injuries, or are pregnant, do not perform any inverted or balancing asanas. Perform the easy ones and just enjoy the whole experience. Let's move to the next component, the pranayama, the breathing techniques. The pranayamas, as we'll be performing for particular sets of asanas, or particular pranayama. These pranayamas help intake as much as possible prana, the life energy from the air around us. The next component, the mudras, which are like switches to turn on specific circuits of energy centers to activate the kundalini. The next component, the bandhas. The bandhas are locks to press and push the kundalini little by little, slowly towards the crown center. holding the energy in the spine. Next component is the visualization, as visualizations are an important component of part of the Nithyananda Yoga, and whatever we visualize during this time directly goes into our biomemory. Visualizing Paramashiva and the other sages and other spiritual alchemy products throughout this sequence help keep us in the highest space of consciousness. With this, let's move to the next component, the japa. The japa is the chanting of the various Mahavakyas like Shivoham, Mahasada Shivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham to keep us in the space of unclutching throughout this sequence. Let's move to the next component, the Karnas. These Karnas were performed by Paramashiva himself when he did the cosmic creation, and that time he performed these dance postures in ecstasy. These very dance postures have been given down generation by generation as the Karnas. So as you perform them, make sure that you continue to visualize Paramashiva and hold the space of creation. Let's move to the next component, the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas. The chanting of the Shastra Pramanas help us remember that these asanas have been given to us by Paramashiva himself, and these asanas are authentic and verified. Let's move to the next component, the mandala. The mandala is the sacred geometry that we'll be gazing at throughout this sequence. For the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, it's the Shri Yantra. The Shri Yantra is a powerful alchemy product and a powerful cosmic geometrical figure which holds the energy of Paramashiva Shakti and Paramashiva. The 54 energies that are held inside this yantra, just by gazing at it, can awaken our third eyes. With this, let's move to the next component, the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the alchemy products that we'll be using, like the Basma, the sacred ash on the forehead and 16 places, the Kumkum on the third eye, and the turmeric on the temples. So try as much to apply them on your body. With this, let's move to the next component, the Abharana. The Abharana is the sacred jewelry, and for the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, make sure you wear your Kantamala, your Rudraksha, as Rudraksha is a very powerful energy bead that was given to us by Paramashiva himself. Just by wearing the Rudraksha, you can be in the highest space of consciousness. And with this, let's move into the sequence itself.
So the first asana will be entering into the Sukhasana. Being seated in a comfortable position, in a cross-leg position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring your index and thumb fingers together on your knees in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. As you engage the Mahamudra Bandha, perform the Samana Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling and holding your breath, visualizing rising flames from your navel center. Continue to perform the japa of Soham internally. Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastatamacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next, coming into the Padmasana, bring your palms together and raise them above your head. Keep your elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas. Now, entering into Halipavasana, bring the soles of your feet together in the front. Hold your left hand by your right hand behind your back. Bend down and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरब विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पछे तो बो कर लिया वो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो. Next, maintaining the same position of Haripasana, stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. पूरब विधि परि आगाने नीचौ हौ भी कहूँ निफनास्यो लगा जी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Now, entering into KAILASA, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Stretch the legs straight out and up, and then cross your legs into Padmasana. Lean forward and down on your elbows. Visualize yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायु संचारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, entering into Nithyananda, place the one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Engage all the three bandhas and start rotating the arms in a circle motion, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Goda Bama Padagi Ashamahile Soja, the Chicharanako Varalota Parikulpa Samoja. Next, entering into a plank position, raise your hips up and high. Lower your head and then the chest, scooping the body down and forward again and again. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach in and up towards your spine. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Nyubjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuja mastakagre nidhaya. Now, maintaining the same position as Gajasana, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat the same again and again, visualizing yourself as a bear. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kurya trikshasanam bhavati. Next, coming into a tall standing position, on the tips of your toes, bring your hands, that the middle finger, index and ring fingers together, touching your heart center. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vaishyasana. Keshena padayugalam badhvatishte dadho mukaha atha vaishya vakshe yat kritva satyavan bhavet. Next, we'll be entering into the first karana of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. That is the Urdhajanu Karana. Coming into an Araimandi position, that is a half squatting position, with your toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, with your knees bent and both the hands to the chest. Rotate your one knee in and around. Simultaneously move your hand along with the knee. Repeat the same the other side. Next, entering into the Balalingasana, interlace your fingers from outside in. Hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam januvarasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, bring your foot towards your buttocks behind, holding it with both the hands. Engage all the three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sthitvaikasmin padatale karabhyam veshta yetanum prishte samstapya yatnena padapidanam asanam. Now, holding on your right foot with your right hand, extend out your left hand forward. in the Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja in your inner space. Engage the Mula Bandha, that is, contraction of the perineal muscles. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. We'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the other side. Now, interlace the fingers in Sarva Shankari Mudra, hold on to your knee and pull it up towards your chest. Visualize yourself caressing a baby as you engage all the three bandhas. Ekam janurasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, take one foot and pull it behind towards the buttocks, holding it with both your hands. Engage all the three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from inside and kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning your hand forward. In Bindu Mudra, visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Ardharechita Karna. Again, coming into an Araimandi position. Bring your right foot behind the other with the toes down and heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and move your right hand in a pendulum movement, bringing your hand back to your nose. Repeat the same the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the skeleton dance. Now, shake your body intensely. Visualize yourself as skeleton, visualizing yourself as only bones, without any muscles or internal organs. Next, entering into the Katichina Karna, coming back into an Araimandi position, bring your hands above the head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning and repeat on the other side. Now, coming into a standing tall position on the tips of your toes, raise your hands up and above the head beside the ears, visualizing yourself as a palm tree as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha, engaging your perineal muscles, your core muscles, and tucking your chin to the chest. Perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. Mahamudra Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryad Antarvatni Patipriya. Next, from the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat on the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham. Mahamudra Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryad Antarvatni Patipriya. Next, entering into Tarakshvasana, coming into a plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha, and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanamastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kokshim savya kokshim rajete Tarakshvasanam bhavati. Next, lowering your entire body down onto the stomach, keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the mouth, visualizing yourself as a cobra. Angushthanabhiparyantam adho bhomo vininyaset karabhyam cha dharam dhrutva urdvashirshaphanīvahi. Next, coming back into a tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest and back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गजासන संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं च शासनं भवति. Next, entering into Rathasana, place your one foot in between both the hands and simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other foot in between both the hands. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath and exhaling slowly. Visualize yourself as a chariot. गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Now, having your right foot in the front, keep the toes pointing forward and the knees bent at a 90-degree angle. Keep your left foot behind with the toes facing outwards. Bring your arms up parallel. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as you gaze into your third eye. Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavakravathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now we'll be repeating the Veerabhadrasana on the opposite side. Flip over your feet with your left foot leg bent at a 90-degree angle and your right foot extended back with your toes pointing outwards. Raise your arms up and parallel. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze into your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavakravathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, we'll be entering into the Vrikshasana. Coming into a standing tall position, bring your right foot into your left inner thigh and bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra. Raise them up and above the head. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree. Vamo rumula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato tishtettu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanam idam viduho. Now, bring your right foot to your right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in your inner space. Garudasanamavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshad vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Next, we'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now, bringing your left foot to your right inner thigh. Bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra. Raise them up above the head. Visualize yourself as a tree. As you continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Vamo rumula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato trishthettu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanam idam viduho. Next, bring your left foot to your right hip. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you bring your hands in Namaskar Mudra. Garudasanamavakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshad vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Now, extending your one leg far back and keep the front toes pointing forwards, back toes facing sideways. Keep the arm straight, parallel to the ground, and bring the front arm down while you extend the other arm up towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space. Uttanabadam grauncham cha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha stangushta prasarane. Repeating the Trikonasana on the other side. Flip over your legs and bring your left hand down towards the ground while you extend your right hand up towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space. Uttanapadam grauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karma. Come back into an Araimandi position and having your hands in front of your chest in a parallel position. Lift your right heel up and stamp it onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Simultaneously, move your hands in a rotatory movement. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushthasana. Lower down onto the tips of the toes, placing your perineum on your heels. Have your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the japa of Sadashivoham internally. कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Now, extend your right leg out with the heels on the ground and the toes facing up. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling, making a sound of like that of a buzzing of a bee. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Next, maintaining the same position, extend your right hand out, holding your big toes with the prana mudra, that is with the index and middle fingers together. Keep the opposite hand on the back of the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishyat tatkarena. Now, repeating the Saurasana on the other side, extend your left leg out with the heels on the ground and toes pointing up with your hands in the Varamudra by your sides. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Repeating the Vidhunanasana on the opposite side, bring your left hand out, holding your big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padam ekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishyat tatkarena. Coming back into a seated position on your heels. Rest your hands on your knees with the palms facing up. Keep the gap between the legs. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Gaze through the gap between the palms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोवु फणा पानी हो ए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक तल्या की माहिली आइस माहे राशे मिली. Dropping your knees down. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Ubhai pagatale samataharaave tinuko mahili kor milave. Now maintaining the same position as Kapilasana. Shift the gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दोवो पगतली संबड़ करे कोरबार ली भूपर इधर है कोरबार ली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Entering into Suryasana. Sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels. Bring your knees off the ground. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra, into the lotus posture. Raise your arm up and high. Gaze through the gap between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. As you continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha and performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Edi dovu gudatariyane phanapani bethakapu nithane. Again dropping your knees back on the ground. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up and against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue in Manduki Mudra. Gaze into your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Maintaining the same posture of Mandukasana. Keep your hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows. Continue to perform the Manduki Mudra. Gazing into your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, inhaling, holding a breath and slowly exhaling. मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्थानमेतदुत्थानमण्डुकम्. Now, performing the Simhasana, cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide, stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेण दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वो संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलिश्च प्रसार्य च. Next, entering into Bhadrasana. Sit with the heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind the back and hold the big toes with the Prana Mudra, that is with your index and middle fingers together. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking the chin to the chest. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you repeat the Brahmari Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the buzzing of a bee. Gulbhau Chavrashanasyaadho Vyutkrameణ Samahitah Padanguštau Karabhyam cha Dhritva cha Prishtadeshatah. Next, entering into the Kakapasandhyasana. Squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind in Parashumudra. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in your inner space. Prathame Vesakau Katathane Dobu Hathapagami Chane. Next, entering into the Kanipavasana. Place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down, balancing and gazing ahead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna achi dushta hoi to achi hoi. Now, from Kanipavasana, dropping your head onto the ground, slowly entering into the inverted posture of Kapalyasana. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulders and straighten the legs up, gazing to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pagado Miliva Ucha Kukare. Now you can slowly get down. We'll be performing next the Parshvamayurasana. During the following asanas, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling, holding your breath, and having a slow, focused exhalation. Now, engage the Mulabandha, that is, contracting the perineal muscles. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body, place both the hands to one side. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam. Repeating the Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Twist the body onto the other side. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Dandanamakam. Now coming back into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Asana ko gunapiti jaji. Repeating the same Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot outside the shoulder and between your hands. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava as you gaze into your third eye. Asana ko gunapiti jaji. Next, we'll be performing the Unmukha Pidhasana. From the Tarakshasana, place your forearms onto the ground and walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift the chest and head up and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Unmukha Pidhasana. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham utthapitangriyugala katistalam abhiruka. Next, from the Tarakshasana, the plank position, rotate your body onto your right hand, raising your left hand up. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. Come on to your left hand, raising your right hand up and above in the sky. Visualize yourself as sage Vasishtha. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Anjaneyasana. Be seated with your legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your elbows closer to your body and tuck your chin to the chest, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you continuously perform the japa Mahasadashivoham internally. दोबू कर की उभय हथेली कोरवारेली मैले भेली. Next, entering into the Paschimottanasana, bend from the waist and hold on to the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते. Next, relax. Now, with your clasp your hands behind your head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Kali in your inner space. स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जालूपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनो अग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichyasana. Bring your right heel towards your groin and keep your knees raised. Reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp your hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricham veerabhadragam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Now, dropping your knee down, reach and hold to the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe jam prapya siddha siddhim cha kapiladyah puragataah. Next, we'll be repeating the Marichyasana on the opposite side. Sit with the legs extended. Bring your left heel close to the groin and reach your arm in and around the raised leg. Clasp your hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee, bending forward. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadragam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Now, dropping your knee down with your right leg extended straight. Inhale and bend down. Reach and hold to the foot, keeping the leg straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe jam prapya siddha siddhim cha kapiladyah puragataah. Now, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana 2. Now, sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze. Gaze into your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhaut virshanasyadah sivantyah parshvajoho kshipet. Now, from Bhadrasana, Extend your feet away from your body, keeping the toes together and heels apart. Keep your knees open. Place the hands on the respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ingwali Pavasana. पूर्व चरपट जो कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी जामे एडी भिन्न जो राशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे. Now, keeping the soles of the feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala. दोबू पकतली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now we'll be entering into the Midagi Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend the hands outside with the palms facing on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे. Next asana is the Siddha Samadhi asana. Now sit and keep the toes together and heels apart. Bring the arms below the shins, extend them out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet, bringing the toes near the throat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Surya in your inner space. दोबू पकतली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. Next asana is the Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together and toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping the back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs towards the knees and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next, sit and bring the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum and knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye. दोबू पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together and the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. And place the hands on the knees in the Vidya Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Gulbhav Sambidya Janyonyam Vyutkramenoti Tamshanihi Janvav Parshvakato Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. The next is a Samasana. Sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as you perform the Samasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat ekapadamuro dattva gukhyonya vaktrake. From Samasana, lift your left leg onto your shoulder. Raise the other foot up towards the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now, repeating the Samasana on the opposite side, sit with your left Sit with your right heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the left foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana Vakshe Siddhamantrati Sadhanat Ekapadamuro Dattva Gukhyonya Linga Vaktrake. Now, placing your left leg onto your left shoulder, place both your hands towards the side. Lift your right leg upwards towards the sky and gaze to the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो. Next, we'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize the face of a cow. As you perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space, perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling through touch the tip of the tongue to the teeth and inhale through the teeth with a hissing sound. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा. Next, moving to Anusuyasana, keeping the same position as Gomukhasana, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers, relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you gaze at the tip of your nose. दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने. Next, from the Anusuyasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gazing at the tip of your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uprida vagoda ki sandhi. Next, sitting on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum, keep the opposite foot flat on the ground and the knee to the chest. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Dabopakамodi edi mahilo gulbhamooladwarni chaide. Next, entering into the Naradasana, interlace your fingers behind the neck, twist outside the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिजवाम पकतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वेफेरी घोड़ा सुदोपना है जो जीत छिपा छिती राशे सोजी. Now, next we'll be performing the Matsyapithakasana. Place your left foot on top of the right thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the other hand straight out and hold on to the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam matsya pithakam yoni vamena sampidya medhratu paridakshinam. Next, we'll be performing the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize the face of a cow. in Gomukhasana. Savye Dakshina Gulphamto Prashtaparshve Nijojajet Dakshine Pitatha Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Next, we'll be performing the Anusuyasana. From Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders. Pull the stomach in and up, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण को नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने. Now, entering into Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knee, touching the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा स्योले पकतल्यालो वाड़वाई सुधा राशे. Now we'll be performing the Garudasana 2 on the opposite side. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Dabo pagamodi edi mahila gulbhamula dwarani chaide. Now interlace your fingers behind your neck, twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदोपण है जो जी दक्षिपा शिति राशे सो जी. Next, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya in your inner space. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Now, we'll be performing the Matsyendrasana on one side. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Next, we'll now bringing your left hand towards here and holding the big toe with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Raise your right arm towards your ear and turn back, visualizing yourself as a camel. Gaze into your third eye as you perform the Kubasana. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Now drop your right hand back onto the ground as you twist your spine intensely. Visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Matsyendra Pidam Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, from Matsyendrasana, extend your right arm out and hold on to your big toe with your index and middle fingers. Bring your left hand to your ear. Twist your spine intensely as you visualize yourself as a camel internally. Gaze into your third eye in Kubasana. आसन को गुना झोलो जाये. Now drop your left hand onto the ground. Twist your spine more as you visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space as you gaze into your third eye. Matsyendra Vedam Jarara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now relax after this intense sequence of asanas. Now we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Place your feet on your opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you perform the Shitali Kumbhaka, that is gently placing the tongue against the back of the teeth and inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling slowly through the nose. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम internally. आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वरूपै चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा. Next will be cross your arms and hold on to the toes with your index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as goddess Parvati. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Now next is a Kukutasana. Place your palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster in your inner space. Padmasanam samsthapya nanvorantare karo. Next, from Padmasana, rise onto your knees. Place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards your body. Keep the elbows together and press your navel against the elbows, balancing on your elbows. Extend the knees up and off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Baddhakeki Asana. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvena tatkurpari stapitana bhiparshvaha. Next, while on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and balancing on your elbows, lift your feet up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock in your inner space. अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्. Now, lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace fingers behind your neck. Visualize yourself as a crocodile as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding a breath and slowly exhaling. अध्यासचेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ. Now, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust in your inner space. अध्यासचेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्. Next, pull the feet down towards the ground or outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ustrasana. अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. From Ustrasana, tighten the grip on your feet, kick the legs back and up, and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and raise the head. Gazing to the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. प्रसार्य पादौ भूयदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्. Now, sit between your heels with the feet flat on the ground with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palms on top of your thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye in Bhagasana. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरोज गति करे एक ऐसे. Now we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Guhyasana and Shirasasana. We request all the participants who have serious ailments or are pregnant are kindly requested to not perform this asana or consult your doctor before practicing this asana. Now, from the knees, place your forearms on the ground, fingers interlocked with the elbows shoulder width apart. The knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी. Now, extend your feet straight up into Shirasasana. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam chat vidhaiva viditam hinaha. You can slowly come down and come back into a seated position. Now we'll be performing the Podhyasana. For the following asanas, we'll be performing the Bastrika Kumbhaka, that is, continuously making quick burst exhalations out of the nose again and again by pulling the stomach inwards and up. Now, sit with your hands behind the calves and legs stretched up. Bring the forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने. Now, sit and extend the legs out up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed out and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a mace. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य. Next, sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep the chest upright and legs straight at the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a boat in your inner space as you gaze to the third eye. Uttanashenam korparabhyam bhumim vashtabhyam. Now, coming back into a normal seated position, sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagatali samputakari hatasyopaga uchayi. Now, lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and the knee and the fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, feeling the feet into the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha by tucking your chin to the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve cha januni kritva shavitvurdhva mukham tatha. Now, lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body, and visualize the body is dead and the supreme point of Hinduism is liberating you. In Shavasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shajanam to Shavasanam Shavasanam Shranti Haram Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees upwards towards your chest and rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of the sequence. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. The next Acharya is going to start the next session very soon. And for the Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now get ready to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama with the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a comfortable position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and visualize the fire in your stomach being kindled, rising up as you contract the perineal floor and Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Ishtasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथ संस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, start inhaling and exhaling as deep as you can, again and again, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now, place your hands flat on the knees as you keep your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme fount of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो श्रीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
We move on to Santadhanasana. With the hands on the knees, gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, one palm cupped over the other, in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana too.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भूय पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, maintain your feet in the same position and set the sankalpa to manifest with the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then lock all the 5 senses with your hands in your face. Close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. As you place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, place the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of Brave Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana.
डाबा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Place your hands flat on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen in Joni Mudrasana.
वाम पाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana from the same posture. Now gaze up towards your third eye. Keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now join the soles of your feet together as you hold on to your feet with interlocked fingers. Push your knees down to the mat. Gaze to your nose as you perform Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, visualizing yourself as Lord Veeravata in Padrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Next up is Agorasana. Now keep your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close your left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, then close both nostrils, hold your breath. Exhale through the left nostril and inverse the breathing flow in Abhyantara Kumbhaka again and again. As you gaze up towards your third eye, press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra and visualize yourself as an Agori.
पूर्व कहो अभिषेका जो जी वाही विधि जो की जैसो जी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. As you separate your heels, place your elbows down on the heels and rest your chin on the hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. With raised knees, bring your hands underneath the legs and interlock your fingers in front of your body as you lift the feet up. Now gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं प्रेतयेत् वायुं ऋतुनिश्वाससंयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold on to the big toes. Hold on to the toes of your feet with interlocked fingers. As you lift your feet against your chest, place your chin on the hands, gaze to your nose, and embody the state and space of a king.
पूरवविधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूपराशे.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the toes as you lift them up against your chest once more. Gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uttarasana.
दोभूपकदली संपुटठानै उभय हस्तकरि उरदहिताने.
Now raise your feet in front of your face. Keep interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishthasana.
दोभूपकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. As you lift your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows upwards so you can interlock your fingers around your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Keep breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. With your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downwards and interlock them behind your back. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोभू हाथ पकम विच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. As you stack your knees, right knee over top, place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external objects. Just focus on the object within. As you visualize a swan in your inner space.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद् वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. As you now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Place your hands on the top knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नी.
Next up is Machandasana. Now, place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back. Twist your spine to hold on to opposite thighs with your hands. As you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंगपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिशा आनेत् बहुरोदक्षिणपतः जोयी ताकी नलिजो पकरे सोजी.
Next up is Machandasana too. As you sit in Machandasana, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and lean forward and down. Place your navel on the heels and your forehead on the ground in front of you as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोजी.
Rise back up. Interlock the fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the wonders and visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the top of the right foot flat, sit on the right heel, and stack the left knee over top. Hold on to opposite knees. Visualize yourself as a swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद् वामपादकम्.
Now slide the right heel outside the hip, sit on the ground. Place your hands on the top knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नी.
Now repeat Machandasana on the other side. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind your back. Twist your spine, hold on to opposite thighs as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तभिष्टे स आने.
Now repeat Machandasana 2. Hold onto the big toes, lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
Next up is Machandasana 2. Next up is Udu Asana on the other side. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all the wonders and visualize Swamiji, your guru, in your inner space.
ऊरुमूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Parashasana. Now place your feet flat and raise your knees up. Cross your arms and pull opposite knees against your chest with your hands. Press your tongue upwards and Kechari Mudra along your nasal tract if you can. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodhashokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize that you reside in a abode of bliss. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
दोवो पगतले भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरमिलाजी उकड़बई से जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath your legs. Hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now cross the ankle of the right foot over the left with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदछ पद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Extend your legs forward and interlock your fingers as you raise your arms up above your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Now engage all the bandhas. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you bring your head down towards the knees and start performing Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril, exhale through the other alternatingly, leading the prana along your spine through all the 7 chakras and cleansing Ida and Pingala Nadi as you alternate the breath. Visualize Swamiji.
दोवो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms underneath the shins and hold your soles of the feet from the outside. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बे सीदो पाव पसारी कछक उर्द को कुरुडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the soles of the feet together. Bring your hands underneath the shins with the palms facing up. Place your face on the feet, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit, with your legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck. Then lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize your prana flowing through 9 points of your body. The soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the Brahmanda, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Okay, if you Next up is Anantasana. With your leg behind your neck, lean backwards, hold onto the foot, and extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तारशैर्ये एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll onto the side. Keep holding onto the foot behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशैते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Drishasana, the next asana of the posture, the next posture of the sequence. As you pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your arms, squeeze your body into a ball and rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize the pranas flowing upwards within your body.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्बा जङ्घासहित उरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. As you lift the other leg behind your neck, hold on to the front foot, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with your leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you extend the opposite leg forward gazing to the nose, visualizing yourself being unending in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनेकैकं पायिगिरिवाजां विन्यस्य
Now roll onto your side as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs behind your neck, one by one. If you can't bring them behind your neck, you can bring them over your shoulders or pull them towards your chest. Open up your hips. Once they are locked, bring your hands behind your back and interlock them in Paramashivoham as you gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atmaramasana with your legs over top of your shoulders. Now bend your elbows up and interlock them behind your neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and extend your arms out to the side, soles of the feet facing upwards. As you gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ चीता सा करे तेन सो बे सपा करे.
The next asana is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform the first 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. As you pull your knees against the chest and extend your arms out to the side. This is the neutral position to which we are going to return. The first step is bending one knee to the side and extending the opposite leg straight. Now bend both knees to the side. Now extend both your legs to the side, hold on to the feet, and gaze in the opposite direction. Now return to the center and drop the other knee to the side. Extend the opposite leg down. Step 1. Now bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both legs to the side. Hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet as you visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षे भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is the Dviparapitam. Now lay on your back with your feet flat, your knees raised. Hold on to your ankles as you push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose, engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now bring your hands over your shoulders. Place them on the mat, fingers pointing towards your feet as you lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahatra Kumbhaka and Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay down on your back. Lift your knees against your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणीजा.
Now place your arms flat and raise your hips up high. Point the toes upwards. Balance with your arms on the ground and move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in the Viparita Karani.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop the toes down over top of your head. Touch the ground above you as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra and place them on the mat. Now visualize yourself as a plow and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now hold on to your feet above your head as you keep the toes on the mat. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and visualize Paramashiva as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you bring your hips above the shoulder level, now extend your legs out to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Chakradasana. Now hold onto your ankles and then roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. As you keep your legs straight, vertical, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you then separate your legs wide to the side, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Supta Padangushtasana. Join the feet back together above your body. Keep the legs straight. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana from the same position. As you lay flat on your back, hold on to opposite elbows above your head. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Paramashivoham. As you place the back side of the right hand on top of the left palm, over top of your head, palms facing up, gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. With your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and then your hips up off the mat. Support your lower back with your hands. Press your elbows on the ground and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging Jalandhar Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Moksha Kumbhaka.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत् कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पण्डितो यथा.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee up against your chest. Send your arms up, hook your fingers forward, tuck your chin to the chest. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिके शिखी संधि सुदाखे.
Exchange the position of your feet. As you repeat Vrishchikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सुधो शीशिके शिखी संधि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishaparakshiposana. As you lay on your back with your legs flat, interlock your fingers around your neck, and then lift your legs off the mat, alternate pulling them in towards your chest, back and forth, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Calmly breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा गूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Marottanasana. Laying on your back, place your arms flat next to your body and alternate touching your ears with the respective knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down, roll over completely again and again. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay on your stomach, with your hands next to the shoulders, contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a bed for Dharma on your chariot back in Salatasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संबद्धस्थाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Tehalyulanganasana. With your hands flat now, push your body up into the plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयमुड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Chatyasana. As you lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्त्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now bring the heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent in Adimandi. Then raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body. Tilt your head back, lean back and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. Now, tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. And then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms at the side, close to your body, hands on the thighs. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, lead the prana along your spine and visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body in Sarvasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः
Next up is Ushtrasalanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands into fists. Now walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
Now, from the same posture, hold onto the toes from the outside. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the heels together, interlock your fingers behind your back and pull them down towards your calf. Open up your chest, lean back, tilt your head back. As you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving, breathe calmly and deeply through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तो जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next up is Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Now, stand in Arimandi posture and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side and open up the respective palms as you raise the respective heels. Repeat the movement as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the tip of your nose as you lay on your stomach. And then jump your feet up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended to the front, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत खड्गासनं भवति
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold weights. You want to intensify this asana as you sit down on the ground or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमथितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति
Next up is Musalasana. Raise your arms above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नजेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा
Next up is Ucheshakasana. As you catch hold of one foot, pull it up against your chest, sit down and stand back up on the opposite leg, alternating on both sides as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now, turn one foot so the toes are pointing outside and lift the other knee against your chest. And circle the raised knee with one arm. Keep the hand in the fist and place the other hand on the respective inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now, hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. And then visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. As you extend your arms and one leg forward, sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh. Keep the heel at the perineum. Hands relaxed by the sides as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left toe over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानगूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. Hold onto the big toe of the left foot as you extend it out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
We move on to Trivikramasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within. Then stand tall on the mat. Sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
एके ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee up. Hold it with your hand in the fist. Other hand on the respective thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend the other leg forward. Sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now lift the right foot towards the inner left thigh with the heel up against the perineum. Hands by the sides. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the right foot over and around the left thigh. The toes tucked behind. In the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh. Stand with the hands by the side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture on the other side. Hold on to the right big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate quickly, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana, the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu on the other side. Lift your leg behind your neck and sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Sammanaka Karana. As you Stand with the heels together, toes pointing outwards, hands slightly extended away from the body. Point your fingers one by Let us now get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence. As we continue with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now, squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply. Hold your breath. And move the retained prana upwards, downwards, within your body and through the various limbs of your body, along with your mind. Bring your attention through the body and lead the prana freely as per your will. As you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
Pratamahi boho ye bahuri nicho punihove.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Bhairav Asana. Now bring the heels together, close to the body, and interlock your fingers behind as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Performing Bhairav Asana can resolve hiccups. Next up is Varaha Asana. Now keep the heels against your perineum and squat down as you separate the toes. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next up is Vipitasana. Now hold on to the big toes of Dana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, lift your feet off the mat, and balance as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now place your head on the mat, keep your hands flat, and then raise your legs up, crossing them into Padmasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the tip of your nose and move the prana freely within your body in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछू हो जी.
The next asana is Guptasana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, place your hands on the knees, keep the heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize that you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपजेत्. पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is the Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the mat, raise your hips over top of your body and straighten your legs up into a handstand. You can lean against the wall for support or ask a partner to assist you in the performance of this asana. This asana should be performed to purify all the 7 chakras as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand posture, bring the hands and feet closer together. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. As you visualize, Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
द्वौ पगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाये.
Next up is Matsyasana. As you place your hands flat, step your feet back and lower your body down and push it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं गुरुपरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Next up is Sarvasana too. Now place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from side to side, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य.
Next up is Niralambanasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your elbows on the mat in front of you. Your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, resting your chin on your hands. Now feel self-supported and completely independent as you breathe calmly through your nose.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः. मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायी निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now place your hands flat and raise your feet off the mat. Straighten your arms and push your upper back and feet closer together as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उन्नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Next up is Vajrasana. As you sit on your heels, lean forward and down. Place your hands and your forehead on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Next up is Meshasana. As you raise your hips up into Gajasana position, alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, raise your legs over top of your body and slowly lower and angle your face down towards the ground. As you visualize you are unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळैकृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Sit in a kneeling posture and hold on to the big toes as you pull them in towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of your knees, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूरब विधि परिहाता की काकसी स्यो फना शरा मोड़ी पगा की अंगुली अग्रिमेड लगावे.
Next up is the Angamottanam. Now interlock your fingers in front. Move them up, down, left, right in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. As you then interlock them behind your back and repeat the same thing behind your back. Visualizing Swamiji, performing Mula Bandha and breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
हस्तयोः अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now turn the toes so they are pointing outwards and sit on the ground with the thighs and calves on the mat. Place your hands on the knees and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जंगोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासन उच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, sit on your heels and hold on to your ankles. As you bring the front of your buttocks on the ground, you can gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ पक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap your feet and sit on your heels. Place your hands below the knees. Press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth. Manduki Mudra as you visualize yourself as a frog and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands on the ground, thumbs touching. Stick your tongue out, gaze to your nose. Exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानि वैसे समशरीरनि काट हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Next up is Pishtakasana. Now sit on raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring the thumbs underneath your teeth and close your lips. Inhale through your right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishtaka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दो पगा की एडी जो जी घोड़ा फनो बान अपनी हो जी घोड़ा जंग अधर करी रहे आड़े वाह इसी विधि कहे.
Next up is Makadasana. Now place the top of the feet flat, sit on the heels and raise your elbows. Bring your fingers towards your armpits as if you are scratching yourself like a monkey as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey gazing to your third eye in Makadasana.
दो भूपगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now stand on the toes, bring the soles of the feet together, knees separated. As you hold onto opposite elbows behind your back, gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय वैसे दो भू एडी गुदानि वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on the heels as you place your knees flat on the mat. Keep your hands on the ground next to your body, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments, performing Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now place your hands on the knees, maintain the same position, make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वर्षणस्याधोऽभ्युत्क्रमेण समाहितो ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain your hands on top of the knees. Relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the feet near opposite knees. Hold your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita with Swamiji.
गोड़ा वामो बोहोई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोजी.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now place your feet flat and hold on to your heels as you lean back. Push your hips forward, tilt your head back all the way and visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुप्पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
Next up is Chadyasana 2. Now lean back, hold onto the soles of the feet, place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारी तर इधरे फना पानी उकड़ होए बैसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिशि करे जो ऐसे.
Next up is Virathasana. As you maintain the same posture, lay your back to the ground and raise back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causes, subforms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. As you maintain the posture, bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Lay back as far as you can. Reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the feet, visualizing yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविपादयि शुप्पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
Next up is Varasana. As you sit in a stand on top of your knees, keep the toes tucked and hold on to opposite arms as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space, for this is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now lean forward and down, sit on raised heels and place your forearms on the mat, resting your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the power avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Mundasana. Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, fingers interlocked. Place your forehead on the ground, support it with your hands. Walk your feet up and lift your feet off the ground, extending them upwards into a headstand posture. Now gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. Now come back down into a kneeling posture, feet flat, sit on the heels, and bring your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands as you inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to your nose in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगदली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे फनापानी उकड़ कर बैसे दोवु एडी गुदा निवैसे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your legs, and your chest off the mat and hold, visualizing yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
To move on to Kapalasana. Now place your forehead on the ground. Keep your arms flat next to your hips and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach with your arms flat, bend your knees and push them up over top of your body. Place your feet on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as if free and opened up.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your forearms on the ground in front of you as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
पूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana too. As you place your forearms on the ground, walk your feet forward, raise your hips up high, and lift your legs over top of your body. Bend your knees so you can bring your feet towards the back of your head, visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छीव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्गिरिबाष्टे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षचिबुकं विधार्य कौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel, bring the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Place your hands in front of the knees and visualize yourself as a bull as you breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully, hold your breath for a short while, and then again slowly exhale through your nose.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lodasana. Place your hands on the ground and then lift your knees off the mat, crossing the toes of the left foot over the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now we move on to Bala Gunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Place the right foot flat and raise the right knee against your chest. Keep your hands on top of the knees and visualize Bala Guna High, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Rise up and squat down, bring your hands in and around the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside. Now gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra. Don't focus on any external objects as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य.
Now tuck the right toes and sit on the right heel as you repeat Bala Gunasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both the feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together and place your hands on top of the knees. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana and to visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
द्विजास्पिजोस्सीत ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now bring the soles of your feet together. Open up your knees wide and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्रणापाणी होए जैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदा निवेसे गोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाज पसारे धीर.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands on the ground, palms facing down. Step your heels on top of the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way. Gaze to your nose and visualize that you are able to live off of air alone.
दोबू हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भी लग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand up and place the back of your hands on the mat as you lean forward and down. Step your feet onto your hands and wrap your hands around the feet like shoes. Start walking around on the mat. Visualize that you are wearing padukas walking all over India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutoddanasana. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster and breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is the Viparitandriyasana. As you raise your body up on two hands, move your legs around, dance on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now lean forward and down, separate your feet and place one hand on the mat as you place the other hand on the respective ear. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasra Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down with the heels close to your body. Hold on to your ankles and lift your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now place your feet flat and sit on the ground. Cross your arms and pull opposite knees against your chest as you visualize any excess water being released or balanced within your system.
द्वयोः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रती करबन्धनैः.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck. Place both your hands to the sides and then lift your entire body off the ground. Extend the opposite leg forward, gaze upwards and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana too. Now extend the right leg and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you pull the left foot towards your ear. Visualize yourself as a bull.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्
Next up is Ashtavakranasana. Now, lift one leg over top of the respective shoulder and poke the other foot over top. Extend the legs out at the side, lean forward, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Pranasana. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and raise the opposite knee with a foot flat. Bring the shoulder underneath the respective raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्तचामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now, bring the left foot outside the right hip and step the right foot over top of the left knee. Bring the left elbow outside the raised knee and bring the hand below as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsindana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. Lift your body up as you visualize yourself as powerful source of energy. Gaze up towards your third eye in Chakrasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold onto the big toes and pull the right foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee and bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee. Visualize that you are immortal, existing solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्तचामरः.
Now bring the right foot outside the left hip and set the left foot over the right knee. Twist your right elbow around the raised knee. Bring it below the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your spine as you gaze through the third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath and Paramashivoham on the other side.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum. Extend the opposite leg forward. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, move the prana freely within your system.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kraunchasana. Now keep the right foot outside the hip. Place the top of the foot on the ground and then hold on to the other foot, extending it up in front of your face with the knees straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum. Extend the opposite leg forward. Lean forward and down. Visualize Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवने सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kalanshasana on the other side. Bring the other foot outside the hip, extending the opposite leg. Visualize yourself as you pray.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position and place your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Next up is Kodakshasana. Now cover your heels with your hands. Gaze to your nose and tuck your chin to the chest as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, bring your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Get ready. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord, the Avatar. As we close all our senses with our hands, close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वौ बुधं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you place your feet on top of opposite knees, place your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, and breathe in Kakachandrakumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through your lips. Keep your tongue away from the teeth and feel the cooling effect of this pranayama.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. योगासनं भवेदेतद् योगिनां योगसाधने.
The next asana is Urdhva Kupputasana. Now rotate your hands, place them flat on the ground next to your body. As you lift your entire body off the ground and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Now bring your hands in between the legs, place the palms flat on the ground, but stay seated on the ground. Don't lift your body up. Gaze to your nose, breathe in Kakachandrakumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तुदो वो गोडासन दिदरे.
Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body off the ground, lift your knees up high as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukhasana. Now, bring your hands in between the legs, lift your hips, and push the hands through behind your back, interlocking them in Parashu Mudra as you place your forehead on the ground in front of you. Visualize that you are Vinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, in Karmukhasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोडासन दिमाहि कर इधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana too. Now lift your knees off the ground, sitting in Padmasana still, as you bring your hands in between the legs, bend your elbows upwards and hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई लियावा.
From the same posture, now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Cut through all the granthis, the knots in the nadis and the energy channels as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Vedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Maintain this posture. Hold onto your shoulders as you embody a turtle laying on its back, gazing at the nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukkutasana. Sit up with the legs in Padmasana. Bring your hands to the center of your legs. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold the wrist of that hand with the other hand. As you balance on one arm, visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat, lift your body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Kridrasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows down on your toes, interlock your fingers, and rest your chin on your hands, pressing your thumbs against your throat. As you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous, breathe in Kakachanchu Kumbhaka.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितो गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place your hands over top of each other, palms facing up in your lap. Gaze to your nose, engage all the bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Now keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the index and middle finger of the right hand around the foot as you move the big toe round and round. Visualize Pinaka and then rotate the other big toe. Repeat the movement on the other side and Karmukhasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्.
Next up is Karmukhasana 3. Now cross your arms behind your back. Keep your legs still in Padmasana and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Try to cross your elbows behind your back to reach for your feet as you engage all three bandhas and Visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bowl, gazing at the tip of your nose.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तद वायुर्वसो जाति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Maintain this posture. Gaze up and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Diridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्ततः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Next up is Nagrasana. Now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto the feet. Keep your arms crossed behind your back, your legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. Breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोवई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest. Interlock your fingers and squeeze your body into a ball as you bring your chin towards the knees in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नजेत्.
Now place your feet flat, interlock your fingers behind your neck, and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Place your upturned palms underneath your heels and engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्रमजेत्.
With your hips raised, bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. As you rest your body weight on your elbows, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipita.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now straighten your legs up, place your arms flat on the ground. Engage Jalandhara Bandha as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Naraka Loka in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुत्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and tilt your legs down. Keep them straight. Engage your core. Visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiranaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now place your hands back on the ground. Straighten your legs upwards. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole in Vajrasana as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्रयेत्.
Next up is Mritasana. Lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your body. Lay as flat as possible. Sink in the ground and pull the Kundalini Shakti upwards along your spine as you completely unclutch from any internal or external movements. Visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Leave your body behind, internally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations. You completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, let us now get ready for the next session of the day, which is going to be the power manifestation. So stay tuned. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. As we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nithyananda, we welcome all the Paramashivoham participants here for the next session which we're going to have as we're entering to the day 20 of the Paramashivoham. Hope all the participants are enjoying and having different experiences and having various different powerful cognitions and manifesting powers as well throughout this entire 3 weeks, the complete 21 days of the Paramashivoham. And we have been having many different powers my darshan as well to raise our consciousness to the next level. So today, as we completed the 308 asanas blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the whole Nithyananda Yoga session, let's prepare ourselves with that very space as we rejuvenated our body with the space of Paramashiva through these asanas. Let's enter to the power manifestation directly, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So what are we going to do today? What did we do yesterday as well? In yesterday's power manifestation session, we had various different jumbled about like seeing shapes, numbers, colors, pictures, and so on. Today it's going to be a little fun and it's going to be tricky as well in today's power manifestation session. But let's see what are we going to do today. And before that, requesting each of the participants, if you are watching us from the Zoom rooms and sitting in the Zoom room, please turn on your cameras and give your intense listening and participation for the next intense 21 minutes of these power manifestation sessions. And if you're watching us live on the YouTube, please be seated and watch us completely, and you also can join into these power manifestation exercises. Please get your eye bands, pen and paper. If you have your Atmalinga, you can wear it, your Atmalinga, or keep it with you. And if you have the Jnana Anjana, the blessed eyeliner, you can take that and apply it on your third eye. In the meantime, let's listen to the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva.
Yes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasura.
Now let's go into the Shastra Pramana as we get ready to manifest the powers of Paramashiva to get our eye bands and be seated. The Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita, where Paramashiva beautifully reveals to us the power of the third eye and how he uses his third eye to manifest liberation. Tatsarvam kathayishyami yoga yuktya shruno priye yat swarupam nijam shuddham vyapakam sarvato mukham. The translation for this beautiful verse is: I am the abode of the three bodies of Shrishti, manifestation, Sthiti, maintenance, and Samhara, rejuvenation, from my increasing and pure core, greatest core of the Netra, the divine third eye. All these actions manifest. This is called the Mrityunjaya, the conqueror of death and the giver of liberation, moksha, to all the beings. So here we can hear beautifully Paramashiva declaring that it is only through his third eye that he manifests the Panchakritya and gives all of us the liberation. So now, as in these few days we have been initiated every day by Swamiji, let's now enter the manifestation and start manifesting the power of third eye reading.
Exactly. So as we heard now, the Shastra Pramana, blessed by Paramashiva himself, Swamiji, where all these power manifestation signs are redirected back to the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism. Now, so what are we going to do today? Are all the participants excited? So what are we going to do today? Because we're entering into the day 20 of the Paramashivoham. So in this whole science, what are we going to do now in this round? We're going to have, I think, so 2 to 3 rounds, but it's going to be completely unique. What are we going to do is you can first blindfold yourself, each of the participants, to please keep blindfold yourself. Not now, but when I tell to blindfold, please blindfold yourself. But what are we going to do is we're going to identify the selected letter which is going to be get projected on your screen. So it's going to be 5 different letters. I'm not going to let you know which are the 5 different letters. So all those 5 different letters are arranged in a weird, like, completely different directions. It can be in the left, it can be in the right, it can be up, it can be down, it can be center, it can be anywhere in your screen. But in that very letter, any one of those letters I'll be circled. There'll be one letter, specific letter, where I've been highlighted, and that is a letter where you're supposed to see through your third eye and let me know what is the exact letter which is there. So there are 5 different letters. In that one letter, I would have chosen one letter and I would have marked it in a circle, telling this is the letter where you need to see through your third eye. So hope all the participants are able to get along. I'll repeat again, if for those of you who are not able to understand. In this round and in the next coming up rounds as well, we're going to identify a specific selected letter which is going to get projected on your screens. But you're going to keep your eyes closed, not open. You're going to keep your eyes closed, and there'll be 5 letters kept in a various different directions. It can be the letter placed in the left, letter placed in the right, letter is placed in the middle. It can be anywhere. I jumbled the whole letters around. And in those 5 letters, I chose one letter and circled it, telling this is the letter where you need to see through your eyes closed. And you're going to just tell it out. What is the one letter which Swamiji is showing you? So hope all the participants are clear. And if you have any doubts before we am entering to the power manifestation, please leave your comments or like doubts asking, I'm still not able to understand, or what is exactly the whole power about. Because when we enter, I don't want any of the participants to take off your eye bands and actually see, because that's how the round is designed itself. So please close your eyes now. Now, I request each of the participants to please put on your blindfold. As now we are entering to the round 1. We are not going to have 45 seconds or 50 seconds, but we're going to have at least 1.5 minutes of a round. So we're going to just see and allow Swamiji to flow through you, and let's see what are the manifestations which is going to take place in this time, in this period of the entire manifestation, which we are going to do. So please close your eyes. Take a few moments to remember Swamiji at your inner space. Put on your blindfold. Now, just keep chanting the Mahavakya. Start chanting until the manifestation ends. And let's see what does Swamiji wants to reveal through each one of us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes, slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes and now share with us what you saw in this round of the manifestation. Whatever the letters you saw in this round of the manifestation, you can share. Even if it's 3-4 letters, write them down and give it, post it on the YouTube or the other social media platforms where you're watching from. And one important thing I would like to share with all of you is, throughout this manifestation, try to be as much uncluttered. Don't use your phone or other devices because there's a lot of distraction. Try to be as much uncluttered as possible, because only when you're uncluttered will you be able to actually see, because we are not yet adept in the power of third eye reading. So that subtle feeling of unclutching is what brings the visualization of Swamiji clearly in your third eye, and when that happens, you'll be able to see the answers much more clearly. So with this, I hope all the participants, you have posted your answers in the Zoom or the social media platform where you're watching from.
Yes, so let's all move on to see the image which is there and which letter is actually chosen in this round of power manifestation. As you can see on your screens, there are 5 different letters. The letter H, which is on the left, the letter T, which is on the middle, the letter D, which is the bottom left, and the letter E, which is actually the letter which you are supposed to see through your third eye, and the letter C, which is on the bottom right. So in these 5 letters, the highlighted letter which The selected letter is the letter E. So if any of the participants were able to see the letter E, that's actually wonderful. But if you're able to see even any one of these letters which is there on the screen, it can be H, T, C, or D. Even that is also a manifestation. But in this round, we are trying to focus on seeing the specific letter which is selected. So the selected letter is the letter E. But if you're able to see any of those letters, wonderful. And we have actually manifested this round of seeing letters blindfolded. Okay, so now let's all move on to the next round of the power manifestation. Please again blindfold yourself. It's going to be again, I'm going to change the letters now. So I'm going to jumble the letters, but it's not going to be these 5 letters. It's going to be completely different new 5 letters. And again, I'm going to select any one letter and then circle it, telling this is the letter where you have to see through your third eye. So please blindfold yourself now, requesting each of the participants to please put on your eye bands. Take a few seconds to remember Swamiji now, not your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now very slowly, please open your eyes, and once again we have completed the step of seeing through our third eye what the picture is. Now let's start writing down the answers that we have seen, that Swamiji has revealed to us in this round of the manifestation. So start writing down all the letters. It's okay even if you have not seen anything, or you have seen even 4 or 5 letters, that's perfectly fine. You can even see all the 5 letters that are being shown to you. So write down all the letters that you saw, and if you saw more than 2-3 letters, write down which of those few letters was the selected letter. And as you write down, also continue to visualize and hold this cognition that it's Swamiji who is manifesting, not us. Throughout this session, whenever we manifest powers of Swamiji, it is Swamiji only manifesting that energy, because he is the one who has initiated us, and he is the one who's flowing through our energy channels to manifest the power of third eye reading or any power, let it be. So make sure that you don't feel that, oh, I am not able to do, I'm not able to see, every time I get it wrong. Don't hold that powerless cognition. Keep the space that Swamiji is showing. And I hope all the participants have now written all the letters that you saw.
Yes, so now let's all move on to see the image, which is there in this round of the power manifestation. So in this round of the power manifestation, again, there is 5 different letters. As you can see, the letter N, which is on the left, letter S, which is on the right, letter X, which is on the middle, letter I, which is on the bottom left, and the M, which is on the bottom right. And the chosen letter was the letter S, which is there on the right, and it is circled as well in this round of the power manifestation. And if you're actually able to manifest and see the letter S, wonderful, that you have actually manifested this round of the power manifestation as well. As I said earlier, if you're able to see any one of these letters as well, the letter N, I, X, or M, even that is also a manifestation. Now, as we prepare ourselves, we have completed the 2 rounds of the power manifestation, the entire 21 minutes, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva, seeing letters blindfolded. Let us all prepare ourselves. In the meantime, you can share your experience onto the social media, telling what was your experience in this entire round of the power manifestation and how you felt and how does Swamiji show each one of you in this power manifestation sessions. Let's all move on to the next session in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, I welcome all the participants. Now back now for after the beautiful power manifestation session and the beautiful yoga session which we just now had. I request all the participants to now come back
as we're going to be entering into today's session. We're going to be entering into today's session now. So I request all the participants now, you can please come back and be seated. And today, throughout the day, we are going to be learning about communications, enlightened communications, how the right way to communicate with others and how we can communicate with other people in a proper, complete space. So let us all come to the space of listening now. As we enter into today's session, I'll be starting with the Sadguru Vandanam. You can all come to the space of listening. And I request all the participants, keep your cameras on, engage, participate. Throughout the day, please keep all your cameras on and be seated in front of the camera with proper lighting and you look proper in the camera. And engage and participate in all the various sessions which we're going to be having today, because all these sessions will make a huge impact in our lives. In all of our lives, it will make a huge impact when we start to cognize, participate, and engage and question all these various powerful cognitions to make it as our cognition and to function from these cognitions throughout our life. So let us now start with the Sadguru Vandanam as we enter into today's session. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome all the participants back, and now let's enter into today's session, today's first session. Okay, so as part of today's first session, in the first session, we are going to be starting now the first session. And as part of the first session, we are going to be learning about the enlightened communications, power of words, the power of the words we utter, all the various words we use, and the power of listening. So let's now come to the space of listening as we enter into the session. So before we enter into the session, I would just like to expand about the power of words. What are the power of words which we have? So there are actually experiments conducted by many scientists, and we're going to see about two researchers who have created visually compelling evidence of the power of sound. And they are the Japanese scientists Masaru Emoto and Fabien Mamin. So first about Mamin, a French composer, acupuncturist, and bioenergetician, and Helen Grimmel, a biologist, experimented with both healthy and cancerous cells to see how they would respond to the voice and to various instruments. So over here we can see the scientist Fabien Mamin and another biologist Helen Grimmel. They took cancer cells and they took healthy cells, and they wanted to see how the power of words, the power of sound would have an effect on that. So in the book, The Role of Music in the 21st Century, Mamin reports that among the dramatic effects of sound they captured in their photographs was the progressive destabilization of the structure of cancer cells. We can see that when Mamin explains in the book, the scientist, the researcher, he explains that when they started playing sounds that progressed up the musical scale, means which went from the lowest to the highest of the musical scale, when they played those sounds and they kept some cancer cells, they were able to see that just by playing the sounds, after some time, the cancer cells exploded. So you can see the power of sound, what the power of sound has. And we are going to go into much more astonishing discoveries as we move on. And next we see Japanese scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto has shown the potent effects of sound by photographing water crystals. His work is published in his series of books, Messages from Water, and was also featured in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? So we can see over here what Dr. Masaru Emoto has done. So let's see some of his experiments which he conducted. In his experiment, he played classical music and folk songs from Japan and other countries through speakers placed next to water samples. So he had water samples over there. He then froze the water to make crystals and compared the crystalline structure of different samples. So he placed water and he played folk songs from Japan and other countries. On that water, he played those songs, and he took that water samples and he froze them. And with each musical piece which he played, he saw the water sample formed different and beautifully geometric crystals. So first we are seeing now all the power of the sound which was played. Like if it was a nice melodious sound, you can see how the water formed into a crystal. Because it's very important, the sounds which we are cherishing inside, all of those sounds are manifesting in the reality outside. So you can see any sound which was played even over here, how it has affected the water crystals. Even if you see in our lives, how when we play like some nice song, it changes our whole mood, the way we are and the way we express our feelings, all of those, the way it expresses in us, we can see in our lives. When you play a nice song, how we feel, and like if you play heavy metal music and all those various other musics, how we feel. So let us now see what Dr. Emoto did next. Dr. Emoto's work goes further still. He also measured the impact of words when it was converted with, when we speak the words which we speak on the crystalline structure of water. We can see over here the results of Dr. Emoto's experiments matched what psychologists, researchers, and spiritual masters alike have shown, that the words we speak and the thoughts we think impact our well-being at all levels. We can see over here how Dr. Masaru Emoto, how the words which we speak, how even if we see like Swamiji tells, speak in the Sat Bhasha, all of these various techniques, all of these various practices, the lifestyle which we are supposed to follow has a direct impact on the way we exist, on our being, on our consciousness. The words which we use, the space which we carry when we use those words. We can see over here in this experiment as we go on further. In one experiment, Dr. Emoto and 300 other people assembled at the shore of a badly polluted lake. Means the lake was very badly polluted. In Japan, there was one of the very badly polluted lakes, and they all spoke in affirmation of peace and gratitude. They offered peace and gratitude, and what they saw was the impact which they saw. The water crystals in the lake changed from a cloudy and distorted image before the prayer to beautiful geometric crystals after the prayer. So you can see the effect of words, the words which we use in our day-to-day life. It's not just on water, but you can see even in our body, we are 70% made up of water. So just imagine what impact that will have on our body. We can see over here, and in another experiment, Dr. Emoto taped various words and phrases to jars of water. Like words or phrases such as thank you, love, appreciation, love thyself. All of these, when he put it on the samples of water and he froze the crystals and saw, they produced a variety of beautiful geometric forms. On the other hand, phrases such as you make me sick or you are a fool, like all the negative words which we tend to use, those negative words, when he put it on the water, we can see over here, they produced crystals that were disconnected or chaotic. So you can see on the very nature, on the matter we are perceiving, how water, how the words which we use. So this is all related to the way we communicate, how the words which we are using in our day-to-day lives, all those words do change the external environment, do change the reality we are perceiving. The more and more the words which we are cherishing inside manifest in that form in our external reality. We can see over here. Also in Swamiji's own life, if we see in the Kritikai Mandapam, there was a Nagalinga tree. Actually, it's a type of tree. And in the Kritikai Mandapam of the Arunachaleshwara temple, where Swamiji used to learn yoga from his yoga guru, Raghupati Yogi, Yogananda Puri. Over there was actually a tree. Okay, so there was a tree over there when this was when Swamiji was younger in Tiruvannamalai. That tree had not been flowering for a long time, had not been growing for a long time. And Swamiji's master Raghupati Yogi told Swamiji's guru Raghupati Yogi told Swamiji to go and every day offer gratitude. Just offer gratitude, pour water for the plant, touch the plant and offer gratitude to the plant. And actually what happened was, after a month, Swamiji used to do this every day, just simply going and offering the gratitude to the plant. By doing this every day, the words, just that space of gratitude, using the words thank you, all of those, just to expressing to the plant, when Swamiji did that, we can see after 1 month when Swamiji went over there, the Nagalinga tree was full of flowers, thousands of flowers. The whole tree had flowered in just 1 month. And when Swamiji did the same thing of just offering the gratitude to that tree, the tree just flowered all the flowers on Swamiji. The cosmos, like Swamiji said, he experientially got the word cosmos showers through this experience by his guru's grace, Raghupati Yogi, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri. So we can see in Swamiji's life how this happened. And also in the Nithyananda Gurukul, all the balas, since we speak to the rose plants, when we speak to the rose plants, we just offer our gratitude every day and speak to the rose plant and tell you do not cherish the non-violence, hold the non-violence space with the rose plant, in that space of oneness with the rose plant. And actually the rose plant drops all its thorns. It no more holds the thorns, because Swamiji says it only holds the thorns because of the insecurity, because it feels someone is going to affect it, maybe because of the beauty of its flowers, or if someone is going to hurt it. But when you offer the gratitude, then you'll immediately see a immediate difference in the reality which you are perceiving. So now let us move on to the next step, what Swamiji is explaining. Next, how Swamiji is explaining about this space of gratitude and the various spaces. We can see over here, the implication of these simple experiments are profound. Since we can see how our body is made up of 70% of water. Imagine all the sounds and all the various words which we are using throughout the day. Are we using all the negative words, or how much are we cherishing the positive words? It's not just the words which we are using outside, which is that important, but the words which you are cherishing inside. Inside continuously when you're speaking to yourself. How are you speaking? Like suppose you want to manifest something. If you're continuously holding a negative towards that, I cannot manifest money, I cannot manifest, or I'm not such a great person, I'm very bad at this, I'm very bad at that, or whatever you're cherishing inside, all those negative words, you can see how much they're going to even be impacting your body. They're going, not just your body, but the reality around you. How? So just by cherishing the right words, we can manifest the reality the way we want. As we move on to the next parts, we're going to be understanding. The structure of communication, as we can understand, is made up of 2 parts. The structure of communication. Now let us understand these 2 parts. We're going to be understanding these 2 parts elaborately today. Communication in these 2 parts. The first part is listening. Listening is the one type of communication. And the other part can be categorized by talking or taking actions. These are the 2 ways how communication is categorized. So I would just like to tell a small story, because before that, how the Swamiji reveals a very beautiful story, very funny story, which you're going to be seeing now. So come to the space of listening. Now we'll see the story what Swamiji is revealing over here. A small story. A man tells his friend, I haven't spoken to my wife in 1 week. The friend asks him, why? Are you having a fight with her? The man replies, no, I'm too afraid of interrupting her. So you can see over here, the way we have to hold the space of listening, the space of oneness with the other person, the space of completion when you're speaking to the other person. Only then, when you speak to the other person will also be ready to receive what you're saying. It should be like Swamiji explains this very beautifully. When you're speaking in the space of oneness, you are no more perceiving the duality of you speaking to another person, but speaking to the other person as yourself. Speaking to the other person as yourself. When you're speaking, how you will speak to yourself, how the patience are, how much that calmness, or you'll not get angry, you don't get angry at yourself or in any way like that. When you speak to yourself, how are you speaking to yourself? Like that, we have to speak to the other person. That is what is listening. The space of listening is not just hearing the words which the other person is telling, And also after this one is going to be explaining more about the space of listening, but it's in that space of oneness with the other person, in that consciousness, perceiving this consciousness and speaking to another person. Then immediately the space which you're trying to tell the other person, the space which you're trying to make, the maybe you want the other person to do something, all of that, when you bring that space of listening within yourself, it is never the other person who's not listening. It is you who have to bring that space of oneness, that space of listening. When you bring that space of listening, immediately you see you'll not have any problem, like how we saw in the story. There'll be no problem, no incompletion in speaking to the other person. You will no more feel any incompletion, and the other person will also, you'll be able to see it as a reflection in this reality. The other person also will not get incomplete or will not hold any incompletion and be able to cognize what you're trying to tell the other person. Fundamentally, all the problems in our lives is just because we are not holding the space of listening even to ourselves and speaking. When we hold it to ourselves, automatically we are only perceiving the other person as ourself, perceiving it as ourself, which is the reality, and cognizing it like that and speaking is the space of listening, as Swamiji explains. So now we are going to be doing a small game. Now we understood about listening, brief introduction about listening now. So we are going to be doing a small game. I request all the participants, you can come to the space of listening now, like hold that space of listening now, and sincerely listen to what Swamiji is going to be revealing now. It's a very short clipping where Swamiji is going to be explaining about this space of listening. How this space of listening is not just you remembering the words the other spoke. It is not the word, it's not just in that level, but it's the very being, the very consciousness, imbibing the space from which the other person is speaking. Having that openness, not having any incompletions, blockages in the middle, but being able to directly imbibe and receive what the other person is saying. So let us now listen to this short clipping as we now move on to the next step of the program. So I request all the participants now to come to the space of listening as we now move to the next part.
Actually, if you listen clearly with open heart, that will be more than enough. That will directly go right in your heart.
We go home, even 5 sentences of what you said, we can't be repeating our.
There is no need.
So a little of that probably because the reverberation.
One thing, if you try to recollect, please be very clear. You have heard intellectual knowledge. If you are not able to recollect, if something happens in your life, if you feel so satisfied, I have learned something beautiful things. If you feel that you are happy when you leave the class, you have heard something beautiful, which will help you to transform your life. That will be more than enough. Then you will see these ideas have entered into your unconscious. That's why this time I turned to the Prabhupada. Last class in Tamil Nadu class, I used to tell them to summarize the whole class. Whomsoever next day I will ask them, what is there is a moment. There will be some people who will beautifully summarize and bring it to me. I will tell them, you will not use me, you will not use me this class. You will not have any use from this class. You will not have any benefit from this class. You will understand what is this Swami I have written so beautifully. You are telling me I will not use by this class. Yes. Because you have listened to the head. You have not listened to your heart. If you have listened to your heart, if you have listened to your being, you will not be able to repeat. You will not be able to recollect. You will be able to only remember. Please be very clear. There is a big difference between these three. Recollect, repeat, remember. The other two are intellectual. Remembrance is something being level. You will remember the essence. What I said. You will be remembering me. You will be remembering my being. Not a single word. If you follow, if you live, if you memorize these words, they are not going to help you for long. Either today or tomorrow they have to be forgotten. They will be forgotten. But if you remember, if you carry my energy, if you carry me in your being, that will continuously, permanently transform your life. There is no need to remember at all. Just allow, just sit in a relaxed way, as if you are chatting to your friend. And chat, that's what I gave the instruction first day. Just participate, go on making some comments, listen to the live, listen to the live. Just if you listen in that way, the right listening will happen. I will be working. There is no need that you should go and work out. It's not some project I am giving you to go and work out. It is some deep experiences I am sharing with you. If you know that if I touch fire, I will get one. Will you have practiced that Vidama? If you know this theory, do you tell that I have now got the truth. Now I will practice this for 10 days, then only I will come to the conclusion that if I touch the fire, I will get burned. Then afterwards I will stop touching. Can you say that? If the things are clear, you will be directly experiencing. Truth is there. Only when you listen from a direct person, you don't need any practice. That's enough. The Shravana is enough. The Chandogya Upanishad beautifully is. The master is telling to say, Sveragedu. Tattvamasi Sveragedu, Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi Sveragedu, Tattvamasi. 9 times it says Tattvamasi. You are that. The listening is enough. Yes, you got the experience. You can spiritually elevate it. It's attaining the spiritual experience just by listening. There is no need to undergo any practice. Listening is more than enough. The Shravana, the right Shravana, right listening will be more than enough. There is no need for anything else. So yes, you will automatically practice. There is no need. That is what I mean. That's not that you will not go and practice meditation. You will go and practice. You will go and practice. But you will not be forcing yourself to practice. Just it will be happening. Whatever you do is not worth doing. Whatever happens is only allow. Only allow it. If it happens in your life, then only it is allowed. It is what? It is working. If you have to do, it's not okay at all. So, just listen with the open heart, open being. I will crash your intellect. When you are crashed intellectually, you will fall into the abyss of the heart. I will there holding you. The energy with which I am delivering these words, the authenticity with which I am giving you these words, that energy will be holding you. That will be more than enough. There is no need, there is no other extra preparations, there is no other extra plans are needed to work out these things. This is more than enough.
You saw beautifully how Swamiji explained. It is not see, the moment we try to do something, then again we are establishing our identity, we are doing something. Swamiji has told us something, we are doing something now. It is Swamiji doing it through us. We just have to come to that space of listening, oneness with Swamiji. Then you'll start to see Swamiji starts doing everything through our life. So now, as I said, we're going to be playing a small game. Now, we listen to what Swamiji said, right, in the satsang now. So, I'm going to be asking few statements from what Swamiji explains. I'll just be reading it out. I'll be asking the statements from what Swamiji said. I request all the participants listen to the statements I'm telling now and post whether what I'm saying, as Swamiji said, was true or false. I'll be stating few statements. So the first statement which I'm going to be telling is, to listen, you keep open heart. That is enough. Is this true or false based on what Swamiji said? You can all post on the chat and then I'll be showing what the answers. So you can all post in the chat. To listen, keep your heart open. That is enough. Is this true or false? We just now listened to the satsang. So based on what Swamiji said, you can put whether it's true or false. Okay. Srinitya Guru Prasadini said true. Any other participants? Okay. It's okay. It's not, you not need to get tense or anything. You just post whatever you understood, whatever you were able to understand from the session, you can just post it. I'll just repeat the statement again. To listen, keep your heart open. Keep an open heart. That is enough. That's the statement. So did Shamji say the statement, or is it true or is it false? You can just post it in the chat. Okay, so I'll now be projecting the answer. Srinitya Guru Prasadini said true. I hope all the other participants also were able to note down whatever you said. Okay, so the answer is true. Okay, so Srinitya Guru Prasadini, you got it correct. Great. The answer is true. Any other participants got it correct? See, when we come to that space of listening, then we'll be able to see, we'll simply be able to understand whatever Swamiji said. It'll just be the essence which would have been in us. So we'll automatically know the essence and we'll be able to understand what Swamiji said. Okay, so the next statement I'm going to be telling, the next statement is, if you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. Is this true or false? You can take some time quickly and you can post it. If you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. Is this true or false? Based on what Swamiji said. You can quickly post in the chat, then we'll move on to the next statements. If you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. It's okay, you don't need to get tense to anything. It's just a game we are playing. So you can just post anything, whatever you remember, whatever you understood, you can just post. Okay. Srinitya Guru Prasadini said true. Okay, that's great. Any other participants would like to post? Okay. So I'm going to be showing the. I see a participant who said need open mind too. Sorry, ma. How to understand? I not understand what you said exactly. True or false? You can just post true or false. What the statement which Swamiji is saying. You can just post true or false. If you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. You can post true or false. Okay. So I see a participant Jenny saying false. Okay. Okay. So the answer is for the second statement which Swamiji said. If you recollect, you have heard intellectual knowledge. So the answer is true. So Srinitya Guru Prasadini, you have gotten it correct. You can celebrate if you have gotten it correct. Zero problem. Just celebrate whatever Swamiji has revealed. True is the answer. Okay. So I'm going to be telling the next statement now. The next statement which Swamiji said was, if you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. Is this true or is this false? If you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. You can post in the chat. If you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. Okay. So, any of the participants who like to post what they understood? If you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. I request all the participants, you can engage and you can post anything, whatever you understood, you can post. It does not have to be correct. You can just post anything which you understood. So Srinitya Guru Prasadini said, true. It's okay, even if it's not completely correct, just bring more listening. That's all. It's just for us to understand how much we can just bring more listening into what we're doing. That's all. There's no problem at all. So Srinitya Guru Prasadini said true. Okay, so yes, the answer is true. The answer is true. If you listen with your being, you will not be able to recollect. This is what Swamiji said. You'll only be able to understand the essence. You'll not be able to recollect it. So, okay, the next statement. Remembrance is being level. Is this true or false? Remembrance is being level. Remembrance is being level. Is it true or false? Remembrance. Any of the participants who like to post? See, this is a game just to make us understand our own listening. So we just have to bring more listening. That's all. More listening. Even just continuously be in that space of listening and open. See, when we are in that space of listening, we will be automatically, when we are in that space of listening, we'll start to engage and we'll be able to understand these cognitions more. That's the only reason why we are trying to bring the listening into in all of us. We have to all bring the listening more and more into us. Swamiji says, the more and more you bring the listening, whatever I start saying will start becoming your experience immediately. So it's very important. This is a very important session. So I request any of the participants, remembrance is being level. You can post. Okay. So I'm going to be projecting the answer now. I'm going to be telling the answer now. I hope all the participants are able to note down. Okay, so the answer is true. Remembrance is being level. Swamiji was telling about recollecting, and if it's recollecting, it's all intellectual. But if it's remembering, it is the being level. When you remember, you are in the being level. Swamiji said. Then you have listened with your being. Okay, so the next one. Just participate. Just participate. Did Swamiji say this? Just participate. Is it true or false? Any of the participants? Just participate. Even if you want, you can just put a thumbs up or thumbs down in your on Zoom. You can just put a thumbs up if it's correct. Okay, Srinitya Guru Prasadini is saying it's true. I see Srinitya Guru Prasadini has said true. Okay, just participate, true. Okay, so the answer is yes. Now the last one. The answer is yes, just participate, Swamiji said. The last one. Do extra preparation. Did Swamiji say this? Do extra preparation. True or false? Last one. So I request all the participants, you can post whatever you understood. This is the last one. So all of you engage in post. No problems. Just post whatever you understood. That's all. Okay. So do extra preparations. I think some of the participants are posting. Okay. I'm going to be telling the answer now for the last one. The answer for the last one is true. Do extra preparation. Swamiji told do extra preparation. Someone said false. Oh, okay. It's true. Okay, great. No problems at all. Just bring more listening. That's all. We're just testing our listening. That's all. So there's no problem at all. Even if you get it incorrect, there's no problem at all. Just bring more in the space of listening. And now let us move on to the next step. I thank all the participants for participating as part of this. Okay, so how many of you got more than 5 answers right? How many of you got more than 5 answers right? Even if you have written it separately and you do not post it in the chat, no problems. How many of you got more than 5 answers right? You can raise your hands. Any of the participants got more than 5 answers right? Or you can post how many of you got correct. No problems. You can just post how many of you got correct. I see Srinitya Guru Prasad, he got the first one correct. And at least 3. More than, I think 4, right? 3 you got correct. Srinitya Guru Prasad, we got 3 correct. Okay, great. So great. So now we are going to be moving on to the next part of the session now. See, now we are going to understand about the two types of listening which we have, which is the 2 types of listening which we have is default listening and right listening. So let us understand more about these two types of listening. Swamiji says default listening. What is default listening? First, let's understand. Now, someone utters a word, and when they say something, they're explaining something to you. You form your own meaning of the words uttered. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. As you're seeing how Swamiji explained, when we have the right listening, then when we have the right listening, it is not the words which we'll remember, but we'll understand the being. When you understand the being, you'll understand the cognition which Swamiji is trying to explain. So automatically all the words will be correct. But when we have this default listening, we are just running in our own patterns, in our own incompletions, and we are not listening completely. Whatever the person is telling is completely disconnected from what we understand. And now to understand authentic listening, which is true listening is hearing what the other person is saying and having the right cognition. Means whatever the person is trying to convey to you, you being open, you understanding in that space of oneness, you cognizing and imbibing whatever the other person is telling you. That is true listening. That is right listening. So now we understood about the 2 types of listening. We understood a lot about listening, and we understood so much about what is listening and all of these various types of listening. And we also played a game on listening. Now, as we would observe, what is stopping us from listening? What is that which is stopping us continuously from being in that space of one, is being in that space of listening, being able to continuously be in that space of listening and understand and cognize what the other person is saying, imbibe and understand the essence of what the other person is trying to tell us. Let us understand about this. See, fundamentally, it is only the what creates the duality, what creates the separation is what is stopping us from listening. And that which creates a separation is all our incompletions. What and all we are continuously holding from the past. As we would have understood in the past days of the class also, we have to continuously be in the presence, continuously have awareness. If we understand all these days, it's all connected. All of these days, all the things which we are learning is all connected. The more and more we bring awareness, we are in the present moment, we are not continuously running from the past incompletion. When you're running from the past incompletions, you're forming a difference between what the other person is telling to you and you're forming your own understanding. Like Swami is going to be explaining now, you understand? When someone tells you something, you form what you understand about it, what you have experienced on the past about it. What you have experienced about it, you form that in your mind. Like if someone is telling you about, they're explaining about how a train works. Instead of listening to what maybe the person will be explaining about a train, you will be forming, like in the train, some incident would have happened, some incompletion you would have been holding. Maybe in the train, someone got hurt in the train and you got incomplete, you held as an incompletion in you, or the bathroom was very dirty in the train. I'm just giving examples. Something which you have formed about the train in the past as an incompletion. What you have formed about a train, oh, train goes very fast. All these various things which you have formed about your assumptions from the past, when someone starts speaking about a train, immediately those things will start popping up in us, rather than what the person is trying to convey to us. So we can understand that the duality, what is creating the duality, all the incompletions which are creating the duality, which is stopping us from being that oneness space, all of that is what is stopping us from coming to the space of oneness, which is listening. Swamiji explains very beautifully. First, all the incompletions which we have, they leave running conversations in our head about the past. Continuously, even if you observe your inner space, what are you thinking continuously about the past? What and all has happened in the past? All the incompletions from the past is what you're continuously thinking about. But then we are constantly thinking about what happened in the past. Then these create the inner chatter. See the inner chatter inside us. What is that inner chatter continuously going inside us? This start to create the inner chatter in us. When that creates the inner chatter in us, it automatically forms a separation between outer what someone else is, in this example, what someone else is trying to convey to you and what you are understanding. It forms the separation between both of them. So we can understand like this. The other person is trying to explain something to us, the consciousness layer, the mind is coming in between, continuously flashing incompletions inside and not letting you be in that space of oneness and understand, listen to what the other person is trying to tell us. Swamiji explains, authentic listening is hearing and cognizing happening without any interference of incompletion. Without incompletion, when we are not having the incompletion, just an example, the binary code 01010101. When we are in that space of listening, the hearing is happening and the cognition, the right cognition is happening. It's very important. Right cognition of the situation is happening. When we are in the proper space of listening, it's 010101. But when we are not having the right listening, when we are in the default listening, in the non-listening space, at that time, it's like 000. You might listen sometimes to what the person is happening, and suddenly you'll go up into your own world. Like even now, or when Swamiji is speaking, if we observe ourselves, how much are we really listening to what Swamiji is speaking, or how much are we hearing our own words inside, or how much are we really listening to what Swamiji is speaking? Otherwise, we are creating our own words inside and forming out our own understanding of the situation. So when we understand listening, then we'll not form our own understanding of the situation, which is again in the duality concept. And when Swamiji is explaining about the higher truths, about oneness and all of these truths, then we will start to imbibe the oneness more and more rather than our own incompletions that we are understanding. So I hope all the participants are able to understand. Any questions which you have or any understandings, any clicks you got from the session, you can please post. And now we are going to be listening to Swamiji explaining about this. Before that, just one last thing I would like to explain. Swamiji explains, actually there's a Shastra Pramana for this power of listening. I'll be showing the Shastra Pramana. In the Mandukya Upanishad, the Shastra Pramana comes as part of the Shanti Mantra. It says, Om Bhadram Karane Bhishrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashye Makshabhriya Jatraha. The meaning goes as, O Devas, may we hear with our ears what is auspicious. O Devas, who are worthy of worship, may we see with our eyes only what is auspicious. All the best things in our life start happening when we are in the space of listening, because we start to see the reality, not just the duality which we are understanding, or not just as what we can understand. Our ego continuously does not flash up in the middle. We start to see the reality as it is, as consciousness, more and more when you go into the oneness space. All the best things start to happen, because when we start to function from that part, we start to see how this reality is manifesting, the more and more the space of oneness. And then when you go from there and you start to see the reality from where it's manifesting, then you'll start to see simply you can play with the reality and you can manifest the reality the way you want. This power of listening is such a profound truth. It's like a very powerful truth. In the further sessions, we'll be seeing Swamiji saying the space of listening, that power of listening is enlightenment itself. When we come to the space of listening, when we are just in that space of listening, you can understand. See, Shweta Ketu, we can see like Swamiji explained, Shweta Ketu is just in that space of so much in that space of listening. When the master said, you are that, you are that, you are that, you are that space of listening, you are that consciousness. When the master said that, just because he was in the space of listening, the master had it as an experience already. Like how Swami is saying, I have it already as an experience and I'm speaking out of that experience. The master already had it as an experience. At the space of listening, he formed in space of oneness with the master. He was able to connect to the master. It just became an experience inside him. So he immediately became enlightened. Just 9 times telling the word Tattvamasi, 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 Tattvamasi. Like that 9 times he just told. Just by saying that, he became enlightened. So we can see how that space of listening is such a powerful space. And over here we can see the, I'll be showing the Apta Pramana we can see over here. We are going to take some time to load. So we can see that space of listening, how Swamiji is explaining. So now when we connect to Swamiji in that space of listening, in that space of oneness, which is none other than the space of listening, then we'll simply be able to see how we can immediately get that as an experience in ourselves. So now I'll be showing the Apta Pramana. The Apta Pramana for this power of listening. We can see over here, during her pregnancy, Kayadu, queen of demons, spent a happy and contented life, fulfilled life in sage Narada's ashram. The child in her womb listened to all the great principles of life which were taught by Narada. Because Narada had that experience, you could see Vishnu physically, he was able to continuously always have that experience of Vishnu. When he gave this, when he gave all the great truths, at the end of 9 months, just 9 months, Narada gave these great truths. When the child came out, the child listened to these great truths, immediately became an initiation into him. He immediately manifested that space of enlightenment. He was an enlightened baby. When, especially when the child was forming as a child inside the baby, the very muscle memory, it went in directly to the deep layer. That muscle memory itself, the body itself was formed with these great truths, and he only saw Nar. We can see Prahalada was born, and we can see, as we know from his story, the only thing he saw everywhere was Narayana. He only saw Vishnu continuously in every aspect of his life. He was continuously in that space of oneness. So now I request all the participants, come to the space of listening now. We're going to be listening directly from Swamiji about these great truths now.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program. Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career.
Just a minute, I request all the participants. I'll just be fixing the audio for the satsang. I completed all the participants and just fixing it, and then I'll be playing the satsang. Completed all the participants, sincerely completed all the participants. Okay.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here
Oh, so sorry. I think the
through
audio is still
two-way
not
video
coming. Just a
conferencing
minute.
or in the Rajya Sabha physically.
I am completing with all the participants. It's just taking some time to fix. So I'll just be fixing it. So in the meanwhile, you can pen down, you can share any understandings, any clicks which you had from the satsang, from whatever we understood, what Swamiji said and whatever we understood from the session. You can post any questions if you have any questions, and post any understandings which you got from the satsang and whatever Swamiji explained. As we are just getting the satsang ready.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda. Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing.
Professor Terence Tao is the equivalent of a rock star in mathematics.
Regarded as the greatest mathematician alive.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means when I say listening, I don't mean just hearing. The default hearing which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound. The moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person, and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place.
Complete to all the participants. I'll just be playing the video again. So I just request the participants just for some time if you can really complete with all of you for the technical glitch.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing.
Und heute bin ich hier, um über die wichtigsten Funktionen von Statik 360 zu sprechen. Ich werde euch zeigen, wie ihr das Beste aus diesem revolutionären Ladekabel herausholen könnt. Also,
the default hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound. The moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person, and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place. After that, you may never go to beach for a walk. Or even if you get a chance to see the beach, you may remember only this painful memory. If you carry this incompletion, the moment I start speaking, I start uttering the word beach or a beautiful walk in the evening beach, the breeze of the evening beach. Here I am talking about the beautiful, loving, very soothing experience. But there in you, that incompletion gets triggered, you are already in the mood of that being terrorized, frightened, fear, carrying that hangover, that incompletion being triggered. Understand? Hearing and incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. Hearing, incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. That is what is your default hearing. Now, when I ask you to listen, I mean listen and internalize everything I am uttering without allowing the interference of that past hangover, incompletions. At least for next few hours, the program is around almost 3 hours a day. Little more than 3 hours with a break. If you see, it's around 5.5 hours. Listen. At least the next few hours, next 3 days, I am requesting you to listen and internalize directly without allowing your incompletions interfering, without allowing your incompletions hitting, without hearing your incompletions disturbing, without getting your incompletions triggered. Listen. You listen and internalize, means understand, cognize. Then again listen, cognize, listen, cognize. This is like a binary action. 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1, like the computer. How you hear the binary code in the computer, 0 1 0 1. But if the incompletions get triggered, and interfere, it is not 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. It is like a 0, 1. Then again 0. The incompletions getting triggered stops the hearing and internalizing. Hearing and cognizing. Hearing and cognizing. This process gets disturbed. This process gets disturbed. Understand? When the hearing and cognizing is disturbed, you become tired. You get disturbed. And the listening gets broken. Especially Indian classrooms, you are trained not to listen. The long hours, boring syllabus, boring teachers. Naturally, you are pushed to get into the state of samadhi by sitting with open eyes. Listen. Just this next 3 days, I request you to listen and cognize without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. Without allowing your incompletions getting triggered.
Diese Leistungsstärke-Heizung kann jeden Raum in Sekunden
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. My commitment with you all, please listen. Please listen carefully. I can make whatever you want as reality. Please understand. I am really serious about what I am uttering. I am sincere about what I am uttering. I can make whatever you want as reality. Health, wealth, success, complete relationships, whatever you want as reality, I can make that happen. I can make whatever you want as reality. But my only request, please provide listening. This is the only wiring between you and me. It is the only wiring between you and me, connection between you and me. In Vedic tradition, words are not used just to convey some idea, concept, theory. Words are used to transmit energy. Understand? If the words are used only to convey an idea, a concept, books are enough. But in Vedic tradition, we use the words to transmit the energy, experience. So, listening is the only wiring between you and me. It's the only wiring between you and me. So I request you to provide complete listening I request you to use the words as a bridge between you and me so that I can transmit the experience to you. Listen. When you sit with the space to listen, with the mood to listen, even silence, my silence does so much in you. Even my silence can do so much in you. So, listen. How many of you are ready to listen for the next 3 days? Raise your hand. I'm requesting you only for next 3 days. Come on, let's take an oath. Declaration to yourself. This oath is declaration to yourself. When you declare, you will be so alive, active, energetic, because your declared words sets a trend, path through which your mind needs to travel. Please repeat. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. My blessings for you to be successfully listening.
Wow. So now we understood that beautiful how Swamiji is explaining. Continuously, when the incompletions come up, all the boredom, the tiredness, we are not able to listen, all of that only arises. And all of that stops us from the connection between us to Swamiji. Because see, in that oneness space, Swamiji is cognizing us as himself, as Swamiji. That's why Swamiji says, I always remember you, because we are Swamiji, we are that state of Paramashiva. When we are continuously in that state, we are in that oneness space. All that we are speaking is the energy which is getting transmitted. Swamiji is initiating us continuously through the words. So it's very important we come to that space of listening. So now I request all the participants, we are going to be going through a small exercise. I request you to come to the space of listening, like how Swamiji explained now. As we now enter into the next session, the next part of the session. So we are going to be entering into the next part now of this session. Okay. So in this part, first now we understood, right? Listening starts with listening to ourselves first. Listening to ourselves. Because when we start listening to ourselves, first coming to that space, unclutching from all the incompletions, all of that which is continuously flashing up in the middle, and organizing what the other person is saying. Imbibing in that space of oneness, understanding that you are speaking to yourself. That's why Swamiji says very beautifully, we have all come here to celebrate ourselves. Paramashiva became many to celebrate his own self, celebrate his existence. So when we can understand that very beautifully when you understand this concept of listening, the truth of listening. So first, when we are coming to that listening space, unclutching, continuously unclutching. So that's what now we are going to be entering into a small process now. So let us now get ready for this process. In this process, we are going to look into our behavioral patterns, the lifestyle patterns and thinking patterns. How much is the real method of handling me and how much is really freely dumped on me? So I'll be explaining it, just reading out and then explaining it. Spend a few minutes in contemplating the wrong ideas of freedom, which you have as a blind spot, creating incompletions in us, creating pains in us. due to which we are missing many things in our life. Just find, so see, like, because we do not have the space of listening, we are continuously being drawn away by all these various incompletions and create tiredom and boredness. We miss so many things in our life. So find these patterns which is continuously deviating, which is continuously removing us from that space of listening. See, that is our original space. A baby, if you understand, if you see a child, they will just be able to grasp everything quickly. Actually, in the Nithyananda Gurukul, we see in the class, all the Balasins will all be playing around and we'll all be doing upside down, we'll be upside down, we'll be lying down, moving around the class fully. But if whatever the teacher is explaining, if the teacher even asks one question, every kid will be able to answer it exactly. So actually, if you see a child, how much that space of listening is there. That's why when we are children, we learn so much. We learn so much. But the more and more we form the patterns, we start to block that space of listening in us, that space of oneness. There's no difference between the space of oneness and the space of listening. So I request all the participants now, pen down some patterns which you are able to identify, which is continuously stopping from being in that space of listening. If you see, even a child, it's never not learning. Anytime it goes to any new place, continuously learning something new or something or the other new, continuously rejuvenating itself and continuously learning something. When we are in that space of the child, what is now stopping us from being in that space of listening continuously? What is the patterns which we have formed? So I request the participants now, you can take some time and pen down this and then complete with it. Complete with why are we holding these patterns and complete with that pattern which is stopping us from the listening. When we do this completion, immediately we should be able to establish ourselves in that space of listening. When we are in that space of listening, then simply all the initiation, all the cognitions Swamiji is giving, there'll be no difference between those cognitions and our cognitions. Immediately it will become our cognitions. So I request all the participants now, take a pen and papers and pen down anything which you understood. All the incompletions, all of this which you are able to identify, and using the powerful cognitions which Swamiji is giving. Going back into the listening space, even when you're listening now, cognize you're in that space of oneness with everyone. It's not different. You're not speaking, I'm not speaking to someone else different than me, or I am not listening to someone else who's different from me. I'm in that space of oneness. Especially when you cognize everyone as Swamiji. That's why in Nithyananda will also be cognize in the Nithyananda Gurukul, we cognize everyone as Swamiji. Immediately I put in that space of listening, because when you go into that space of more and more in the space of oneness, then the more and more you simply get the space. It's not just the words, as Swamiji said, not recollecting the words, but the very being what is being transmitted when the other person is speaking, when Swamiji is speaking. So now I request all the participants, you can take some time, pen these down and complete with them.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Okay. So I hope the participants you're able to pen down and you're able to identify those incompletions which are blocking us from being in that space of listening. So I request all the participants now, you can finish and we'll be moving on now to the next part of the session. That's all now we have done the completion. So now we more and more when we do the completion, we are now in more and more in that space of listening, in that space of oneness. So it's the best time for us to be able to manifest the powers now. Because the more and more when we are in that space, from there only we are manifesting our reality from that space. When we understand this, we'll be able to manifest the powers very easily. All these cognitions are given for us to manifest the powers, for us to be able to see this in our lives, to manifest it as a power. So now I request all the participants, please come back. You can put your pen and papers away now. And we are going to be entering into the power manifestation now. So for this power, today, we are going to be manifesting the Ashtamahashaktis today. So I'll first be showing the Shastra Pramana on the Ashtamahashaktis as today's manifestation. Throughout the whole day, we're going to be doing the various Ashtamahashaktis. And first, let us enter into the Ashtamahashaktis powers. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of the Ashtamahashaktis, I'll be chanting it. It comes from the Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verses 76 and 78. 76 to 78. So now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramanas and then we'll move on to the manifestation with the rest of the Pramanas and the manifestation. Maranam khadyate tena sakenapi na khadyate tasya syat paramasiddhir animadi guna prada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhavet dhruvam akasha pankajagalapti yoshamapi vardhate. The translation for the Shastra Pramana goes as, see, this is the most important part, the Shastra Pramana, where Paramashiva is giving us the cognition for this power of manifesting the Ashtamahashakti. So please be in the space of listening as we understand the translation for the Shastra Pramana. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Laghima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased, rasavriddhi. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaj, also increases in him. So we see the Shastra Pramana over here, how Paramashiva is explaining about this power of the Ashtamahashaktis. We can see over here, so Paramashiva, as we're going to be doing in the first round, the power of anima, we're going to be manifesting. If you see this power of anima, how Swamiji explains this, how Paramashiva reveals this, the more and more, see now, as we see our reality, the way we are seeing our reality, the more and more we start to bring listening into it. We start to go deeper and deeper. Now, if we see in our reality, the way our reality is made up, if we zoom in a bit, if we go a little more deeper, we'll be able to see the atoms, which is more, as soon as we go more deeper, atoms, it goes to molecules, it goes to atoms, it goes to electrons, and then it goes to a field. We are able to see it's just a full field, full space, the whole universe. But as soon as when we go more and more deeper, we start to see that more and more oneness is starting to happen. Like now, how we see so much dualities, we see so much difference in the reality we are seeing now. But when we go more deeper, when we go to the atoms, the subatomic level, when we go over there, then more and more everything starts to look more and more same. It starts to look more and more in the space of oneness. And they say when we go to the deepest possible level, we just find there are many theories in science. They say the string theory, where everything is just strings. It is the way where how the unification theory. Now, when we go to the deepest level, we are in oneness with everything, where we are manifesting everything. From that space is where we are manifesting everything. The space, when the space of oneness, where everything is just the same. It is just in that space, the energy, where we can see, where we are manifesting the matter. If we understand this, the space of anima, the anima is that space where the smallest possible place, which is the space of oneness, that is the smallest possible. When you zoom in, when we go to that place, that smallest place is that space of oneness. So the Shastra Pramana is beautifully telling how when we are going to that space of anima, that is the place from where you're projecting this reality. I'll just like to explain it in a very beautiful way. Now you're projecting light on, there's a screen and you're projecting light on the screen. When you are seeing it in the light, everything looks same. But when it's projected on the screen, it looks like, okay, maybe there's a person standing. There is many objects. You're just seeing a scene. But when you go back to where it's being projected, from that place, that is that space of oneness. There's no difference. You cannot tell that, okay, something is separate over here. This is like this and this is like that from the light. But from the light, it's where it's being projected. When it's shown on the screen, you'll be able to say, okay, this is different, this is that is different. But when you go back to that place from where it's being projected, that is the space of listening. That is the space of oneness, what Swamiji is explaining over here. That space of oneness. So now, with this powerful cognition, let us see the next pramana, which is the Apta Pramana. In the Apta Pramana over here, you can see over here in the Apta Pramana how Sri Hanuman reduces his form just to a thumb. In the Ramayana, when Lord Hanuman wanted to cross the ocean to reach Lanka, where Devi Sita was held hostage, he was stopped by a demon named Surasa. And the demon demanded that anyone who has to pass the ocean must first enter into the stomach of the demon, as the demon eats them. Hanuman stretched himself to 10 yojanas. 1 yojana is approximately 7.6 miles. So he literally stretched his body, he increased his body to 10 yojanas. Then Hanuman further stretched his body to 30 yojanas. And Surasa on her own enlarged her mouth, means opened her mouth to 30 yojanas. And to 40 yojanas Hanuman went. And she also opened her mouth to 40 yojanas. Then Hanuman stretched his body to 50 yojanas. And Surasa widened her mouth to 80 yojanas. And then Hanuman grew up to 90 yojanas. And Surasa also opened her mouth that much. And then suddenly Hanuman shrunk his body to the size of a thumb and entered Surasa's mouth and came out before Surasa could shut her mouth. So we can see the Apta Pramana, how Hanuman manifested this power of anima, manifesting the power of becoming as small as he wanted, as small. He could make his body as small as he wanted because he knew he was projecting the reality the way he wants. So now we can see the Atma Pramana, how Swamiji manifested this power. In the Atma Pramana over here, in the Nataraja deity in the Los Angeles temple is 6 feet 10 inches tall. The door to come, like when you're bringing the Nataraja in, the door for bringing the Nataraja in, the door of the temple is 6 feet 8 inches. When they were planning how to move the Nataraja into the temple, the disciples told Swamiji about the problem which they had. The Nataraja would not fit. Swamiji replied, don't worry, Nataraja will fit. So then all the disciples thought that they had made an error in the measurement because Swamiji told the Nataraja will fit. So they thought they had made an error in the measurement. They went and did the remeasurement, both the deity and the door. They did of both the deity and the door, they did the remeasurement. But there was still a problem with the size of Nataraja. The disciples at the temple suggested to Swamiji that they make a new large doorway into the temple to bring in the deity. Swamiji again said that the deity would fit. And also this Nataraja deity is actually the largest Nataraja deity in the world. This Nataraja deity, as it's over here, you can see. And then next what happened? So the day came and they were moving Nataraja into the temple. There were 10 people all working, moving Nataraja, who was on a 2-inch roller, which added even more height to the deity because the Nataraja deity was already taller than the door, which was 2 inches taller. Because now it is on a 2-inch roller, it was 4 inches too tall. They all stopped and turned to Swamiji. Swamiji asked the disciples to push up on the door frame, just push the threshold of the door frame. The door frame was metal and above it was 2 stories of the concrete building. 2 stories of concrete building was there. The disciples' logic would have said, do not bother. However, they both had been around Swamiji enough to be prepared for the unexpected. So they did as Swamiji had told them to do. So they pushed on the door frame and then they pushed up, which was the door frame was held in position by many tons of concrete. They just pushed up how much ever they were able to do, trusting what Swamiji had told them. Then Swamiji told to the rest of the team, now move forward, move the Nataraja. And to Nataraja, Swamiji told to Nataraja, in you come, to Paramashiva. To basically to Nataraja, he said, in you come. Those were the very words Swamiji said. Then the deity came within an inch of the doorway. We could all see that it would fit through. The deity came through the door, carried by the people easily. They could not believe what they had witnessed. They all started to laugh, and soon they were rolling on the floor so hard. Swamiji smiled and walked away to organize the next project. We can see how Swamiji manifested this power of anima very beautifully, and these were when many people were present over there. So it's a very beautiful pramana, which Atma Pramana, how Swamiji manifested this power of anima in front of many people. Now let us enter into the power of let's enter into the manifestation of the power. So let us all connect to Swamiji now. Visualize Swamiji, entangle with Swamiji now, connect to Swamiji, and keep any object in front of you to manifest this power. Keep any object, you can get an object and measure the size of the object. Strongly declare that you are going to visualize Swamiji and connect with Swamiji, and strongly declare in the space of listening, in the space of oneness with Swamiji. Hold that space and strongly declare to manifest this power. You can keep any object, measure the size, and connect to Swamiji, and you'll simply see how you'll be able to manifest this power. So I request all the participants, you can take an object now and measure it as we start the manifestation. See, just visualize Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya intensely, visualize Swamiji, sit in a very relaxed way, how Swamiji said, allow Swamiji to flow through you. and just dissolve into Swamiji chanting the Mahavakya. I should be playing the Mahavakya. Swami said the Mahavakya is an independent intelligence to take us to that space. So just celebrate yourself as Swamiji. That's all. Do not hold anything as the external world. Something has to be manifested. Nothing. Just drop everything. Drop all the comments, any questions, any doubts you're having. Drop everything. Drop any thoughts. Drop all the incompletions. Come to that space of listening and dissolve into Swamiji now, chanting the Mahavakya. I'll be playing the Mahavakya now, and I request all the participants, you can start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly you can open your eyes and verify what you have manifested. I request all the participants, slowly, very slowly you can open your eyes and just see whatever manifested. Whatever has manifested, just see. Anything which is manifested, you can share it in your social media platform or you can post it in the chat over here also. Anything which you have manifested. Any manifestation you're able to see, you can post it in the chat. Even if you felt a very strong presence of Swamiji or you felt you had a very nice experience, you can post. Share it with everyone. Share it in the social media platforms, with your friends, with everyone, share it. Enrich. The more and more we enrich, we empower that part. We start to enrich other people. They also can experience this and we start to bring more and more of oneness within us. The more and more we enrich, we are enriching the other person. Enriching the other person also to come and join and experience this just by sharing. Very simple way of enriching. When we do that, we are enriching one part of us to come and also experience this space. So I request all the participants, you can post whatever you manifested and share it. And we're going to be moving into the next session now. I thank all the participants for participating in this session. Now we're going to be moving to the next session. So in this next session, we're going to go deeper onto the end communications. We're going to go into talking, into the part of talking. We understood about listening and the power of words. Now, how can we go more deeper into this enlightened communications in this way? So now I request all the participants come to the space of listening as we enter into the next session. Okay, so I see a participant shared, first one participant has shared freedom. Very great, ma. Yes, ma. That is a very important thing. Like Swamiji said, we did the completion also about the, or whatever we felt about freedom. The freedom is how much we can be in that space of listening. So if you have experienced that, surely, ma, we've come to that space of listening. We can see it. I see another participant has said, Nitya Guru Prasadini is saying, I felt my third eye was moving. Very good, ma. You continue to be in that space throughout the session. The more and more we started, we'll even start to see it as a manifestation. So very good, ma. Celebrate whatever has manifested. Celebrate and share any experience with whatever has manifested as we enter into the next session now. Okay, great. I thank all the participants for participating, and now let's enter into the next session now. Okay, so Swamiji explains, you can talk in two ways. We understood listening in two ways. Now the talking in two ways. Default talking out of whatever is logical or natural in any given situation. Whatever you understand, just okay, like whatever is a logical way of talking, that way. Or there's another way, conscious talking. Conscious talking is into the listening of the other person. In the space of one is talking, into the listening of the other person. What is possible of happening? Now, let's try to understand what's the difference between these two. You can post whatever you understand also as the difference in the chat. And whatever you are able to understand, you can post, and we'll continue to go into it immediately. So Swamiji says, to be effective in your communication, you need to first listen consciously. Means unclutch from your thoughts and inner words and totally be in the other's world. Now, just to explain it a bit, very important part. This is like one of the most important parts of listening. Also, in the past days, we would have understood this. See, what is it? Unclutching from all the thoughts inside, not having any thoughts continuously inside. All of that is what we call silence. Silence is not just not expressing words outside, but having silence is a very powerful technique to talk in an enlightened way, to talk in a proper way, to talk into the other person's listening. You might be thinking, how can silence be a proper way for us to be able to talk in the other person's listening? Let's move on, and we'll start to see how silence can be in the best way. Because when we bring silence inside, silence is not something which happens outside, but silence is something which happens inside. When you bring the silence inside, you are not organizing based on your experience, continuously keeping your ego as a reference, all the experiences you have as an experiment, as a reference, but you're going into the other person, seeing all the incompletions the other person has, going into that space of oneness with the other person, into the space of listening with the other person, when it's silence inside. That's why if you see the word listen and silent, both of these can be rearranged in the same way. It's a very beautiful thing which we learn in Nithyananda. Silent and listen. We can rearrange these words in the same way because both of these words are directly connected. When silence is there, listening is there. And silence is inside. If you understand, yes, that wow, yes, ma, very much. That wow is such a beautiful, when we understand these cognitions given by Swamiji, we'll start to see that we have to start using it in our lives. When we start using it in our lives, all the things will just be like a wow, wow. All of it will just be a celebration in our lives. So very much, ma, you can continue to listen. And in other words, always consciously listen into the talking. When someone is talking, listen consciously. Consciously talk into the listen. When you talk in such a way that you connect with the listening of the other person. Then talk what is possible. That's actually very beautifully Swamiji says, you have to make sure you're talking into the other person's listening. Otherwise, even if you're talking anything you're talking, it's all useless. Because if there's no one listening or no one going to understand, there's of no use. You have to be able to talk into the other person's listening. For that, you have to bring silence inside yourself. Bring listening inside yourself. Bringing listening inside yourself is basically not being confused, not running from your incompletions, not running from the past, but being in the present to be able to relate with the person and bring the other person into the space you are. That's why if you see the way Swamiji speaks, when Swamiji speaks, we are automatically lifted to that higher space. It's not just because of the words, but it's because of the space, the silent space inside. Swamiji says, when I'm speaking, if you are in the space of listening and Swami is automatically in that space of listening, that space of listening is so powerful. Even the silence which I have, as we'll be understanding, the silence itself will be enough. As we learned in the last section, Swami said, the silence itself will be enough to create the impact which the words will create. The power of those words are the silence which you have inside, which empowers those words. All these various, the peace, all of that is just having silence inside. in Vedic literature, imbibing any concept is always divided into three parts. Shravana, which is listening, Manana, which is internalizing, and Nididhyasana, which is living. Listening is the first step. Swamiji goes to the extreme to say that when we are just in a pure space of listening, just in a pure space of oneness, there is no need of Manana and Nididhyasana. Automatically, both of them happen just with Shravana. Because when in the space of oneness, you just become Swamiji. You are Swamiji. Then you are Swamiji already flowing through, then there's no need of Manana internalizing what Swamiji is telling or living whatever Swamiji is telling, because automatically there's no need for you to move into those spaces. Automatically you are living whatever Swamiji is telling. It is automatically becoming, you are becoming Swamiji. So also what in the Vedic tradition, sound is used to transmit the energy, that silence, basically of a higher being, of enlightened beings, the silence which they hold inside. Swamiji says the silence which they hold inside is what they're giving us. It is not the words, the cognitions, all of that is not. All the cognitions are given for us to bring silence inside. Swamiji says, only when this listening is there, only when sound is given and the sound leads to silence inside. The sound always has to lead to silence inside. The sound should not lead continuously to more and more. See, it's sound inside is basically what is silence inside is not being stressed. It is not just not speaking anything inside, but you can be cognizing the powerful cognitions. When you're cognizing the powerful cognitions, you're not running by your incompletions, the stress, the duality, more and more oneness. That is the space of silence. When there's nothing to tell, the space of silence is basically you have nothing to tell because you just know you are. Everyone is just you are. There's nothing to tell to the other person or nothing more to explain to the other person. So that is what the avatar gives us, what Swamiji is giving us through that sound which he is generating. Listening is saying yes to life. When you start to listen, it is not just listening is a function, or as we understood, silence is inside. Silence and listening has no difference. Listening is not something which just happens through your ears, but you'll see you're seeing, whatever you see will start to become so intense. Your hearing will become intense. Your touch will become intense. Listening means you are saying yes to life. Only when you say no to life, you are encouraging all the boredom. That's why if you see, when Swamiji's touch itself is enough to take us to such a high space. Anyone who's physically been there or even online, all the darshans which we are having, just Swamiji's presence itself, that space of listening is just so powerful for us to be able to rest in that same space. Because Swamiji holds us in that space of oneness. Swamiji is cognizing us as himself. There's no difference between both of us. We are Swamiji at that time. That's why even in the darshan space, you'll forget your own body, you'll forget your identity, what and all you're holding as your identity. When you're intensely participating in the darshan, all of those times, simply you'll just be in that beautiful space. Swamiji says, sometimes like in the ashram and all, when people come for darshan, they will prepare so many questions, so many things they want to ask Swamiji. When they go and stand in front of Swamiji, like the way we usually go for the energy darshan, when Swamiji is physically there, when they go and stand in front of Swamiji, you'll simply see, you'll forget all the things. Everything you wanted to ask, everything you wanted to request from Swamiji, you'll forget it. That's why Swamiji tells, when you're coming for darshan, make sure you're writing down whatever you want to ask and give it to me in the paper. Yes. So we can see how there's that space of silence, that space of listening. There's no more, all the desires are left, all the incompletions are dropped. You're no more running from more, running from the materialistic reality. Listening starts when we listen to ourselves, when we start listening to that space of oneness. Listening to you is listening to others. Listening to yourself brings clarity. This is a very beautiful way. When you're listening to yourself, you bring clarity. The silence happens. No more confusions. All the different ways is running. No more different thoughts are running continuously in our lives. It's very beautiful space, how Swamiji explains. So now let us come to that space, as we are going to be listening to what Swamiji is going to be explaining about this space of silence. Silence and listening. It has to lead to the space of silence. Listening has to lead to the space of silence. So now I request all the participants, let's come to that space of listening now. and we are going to be understanding more and more about this truths about listening directly from Swamiji himself. So let us all come to the space of listening as we enter into the session.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. The rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the anahata dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. The wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness how the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and unabused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I'll add my part to the right listening. I'll give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with master's discourses, words, listen through third eye, you will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words and a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space, leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening, it is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye, and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates, and those ripples and emotions and experiences, where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Wow. We saw beautifully how Swamiji explained this. The science, how Swamiji is replicating. Actually, if we understand it a bit more, we saw in the first Jnana how the sounds are creating our reality, are manifesting our reality. Swamiji explains this very beautifully as the Chit Jata Granthi Bhedana process, and how these sounds are creating our reality. Swamiji says the way how consciousness connects to our DNA is through sound, and that manifests our whole reality, as we saw, like the experiments which are conducted by the scientists, how the sound manifests the reality. So basically, the master has the anahata dhvani. If you understand, the anahata dhvani is the silence, complete silence, where the without any sound, that sound where the different frequency, basically it's the when complete silence is there and it's maintained completely, that different frequency of sound itself, which is not the frequency of sound which we speak in that way, when that is transmitted to us. And also I see one participant like Nitya Guru Prasad, he said, I felt my third eye was moving. So you can observe like how Swamiji said, when he's speaking through the third eye. So I was just trying to, because we are learning about listening, so during the power manifesting, you'll share that, ma. So I was just trying to say that. So we can see how Swamiji, when Swamiji is in that silence, he's transmitting that silence to us, that energy to us. Then when we are not having any of those incompletions, all of that not inside us as our inner chatter, and only that pure silence, then what are we manifesting as our reality? We are manifesting that space. We are no more manifesting all of because the sounds which we are carrying inside manifest as our reality. So when we complete with all of those sounds, that sound is the very space dimension where consciousness is manifesting as the reality over here. Sound is what is making that consciousness into matter. So when we change those sounds, when we manifest those sounds, especially as what Swamiji is saying, the silence, that pure silence, then we stop getting engaged into this materialistic world. We stop manifesting it in this way, and we start manifesting it as a through that enlightened space. We start manifesting. So everyone in our whole reality, the whole reality, the way we project it, will only be that space. That's why. That's how we can see Swamiji. The way Swamiji is existing, the same way Swamiji is making us be in that same space of enlightenment. And we are in that space. We start to project that. We start projecting consciousness. We start seeing consciousness continuously. That's all we project as our reality. So I request all the participants now, we'll enter into a small exercise. Come to the space of listening now. Let's be in that space. Swami is giving it in the most easiest way, the science, because the science it's so easy. The most easiest way, just by being in listening, how we can go to the space of enlightenment. So let us really be and use that space which Swamiji is giving us to be rest in that space of enlightenment. Now we'll be going through a short exercise. In this exercise, we are going to be doing a few things. We are going to first be seeing what few questions we are going to be understanding. What is the purpose of our lives? What do we aspire to do? What is it that keeps us alive? You can just write simple answers for all of this very quickly. What is the purpose of our lives? Like you can see all the questions written over here. And what do we aspire to do? What is it that keeps us alive? What motivates us to wake up every day? What do you value most in your life? When do you think the seeking was awakened in you to come? When do you think the seeking was awakened in you to come and experience this enlightenment state? Have you had any spiritual experiences before? Have you been to any other yoga, meditation, retreats, or gurus? How do you come to know about Swamiji and what made you come to the program? You can just write down all these questions, answers to all these questions, and just keep it. So you can pen down these things and just pen very quickly few answers. You do not need to share it with anyone. You can just pen it down for yourself and keep it. And just look into it. It's just for us to look into. Okay. So you can just post done once you're done in the chat. You can just post done once you're done in the chat so that I can know that we can move on to the next part. All these questions, just a simple answer, very simple and very quick answers. Okay. So I'll just be giving some time to pen this down and then we'll move to the next. So I hope all the participants were able to finish taking down all these questions. Okay, so now we'll be entering into the next part of this manifestation. We are going to be doing a short process now. So come to the space of listening. Now we have done that. We have penned down a few of the steps. So now we'll be going through a process. So come to the space of listening, be in that space of conscious Swamiji as we enter into this process. So we'll just understand the essence of this session before we enter into the next process. The essence of this session, you will be able to listen only when there's nothing between you and the speaker. The speaker and you're listening, there should be no difference. There should be in the space of oneness. When you bring completion in your space, listening happens. Incompletions from past stops us from listening. We understood all these various concepts. Now just decide you will be in the space of listening. Intensely, consciously decide you will be in the space of listening. We're going to be doing a meditation now. I request all the participants to come to the space of listening as we enter into the meditation. You are a combination. Let's understand a few truths as we're doing this meditation. You are a combination of your consciousness and your patterns. Because of your consciousness, your patterns exist. Same way, because patterns are there, you feel separated from the whole. You feel the individuality, the identity. All of these are only because of the patterns we have. Most successful people experience knowingly or unknowingly this separation between consciousness and pattern. Only then you get the strength and power to handle any of the other patterns. Swami describes this very beautifully. You have to see your patterns separately and you separately, because you are not your patterns. It's because of our false identification with our patterns. That's the only reason why we feel the individuality, the identity. All of those are only because we see ourselves as our patterns. We establish ourselves as our patterns. But we have to understand and see us separately from our patterns. All of this unclutching, all of these are made just for us to see ourselves different from our patterns. You being able to unclutch from it. Feel nobody's here. They're doing the meditation. So I request all the participants to continue doing as they're seeing slides here. Do the meditation. Feel nobody's over here. No one else is existing. It's a very beautiful manifestation how we can go into the space of unclutching. Feel nobody else is over here. Only you are over here. And rest in that space, beautiful space. It's of oneness. You are not here. People around you are not there. No one else is there. You can close your eyes if you like. Close your eyes. No one else is existing. Even you are not there. No one else is there. You visualize as much as you can. Be in that space and cognition of nothing is here. Neither you, nor me, nor others. No one is there. You're just resting in that space. Sit with your eyes closed. Nothing is there. Neither you are there, nor your neighbors or me. Just pure, powerful, empty space. Nothing is there. See, all our habits are stored in our muscle memory. All our instincts are stored in our biomemory. And our individual soul is our bioenergy. Bioenergy never gets corrupt, but it gets associated with the corrupt biomemory. Continue to do the meditation. Biomemory can be corrupted. So that association we are completing now. Unclutching happening in muscle memory and biomemory level is completion. You understanding I am not my patterns anymore. Rest in that space. Neither this body, I'm not those patterns. I may be creating them, but I am not them. Understanding this. Unclutch from all of them. See them as separate. Do not see yourself. anyone, how they judge you, how you judge them, all of that is based on your patterns. So decide to drop all of them. Do not hold, okay, I am incomplete in any way. I have guilt, okay, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. Do not hold any of that. Drop everything of that, unclutch from all of them. The separation of your pure consciousness from your body and mind happens. It is called Chit Jata Granthi Vedana. As we understood, the sound, which is the sound, all of the sound going inside is what is us manifesting this reality, us arranging this whole reality the way it is. All the negative sounds, all of that, unclutch from all of that. When we unclutch from all of that, nothing exists, nothing more exists. It's just pure consciousness. Swamiji says, swimming in the ocean of pure consciousness. The delusion is that all those various negative sounds which we are holding, which is forming the duality, which is making us map the consciousness and manifesting it as this reality. Continue to keep your eyes closed as you listen. No problem. Continue to keep your eyes closed and be in that space. Body, mind is matter. Consciousness is energy. The deluding, overlapping happening in these two is the space of unclutch. When you unclutch from both, unclutch from associating, making the consciousness connecting to the matter, which is all the sounds. Bring tremendous silence, tremendous completion inside yourself. Do not hold anything else inside. Completely drop all of that. Very powerful process of unclutching. Please sit straight. Now, slowly you can open your eyes now. Keep your eyes open now. So you're going to enter into the next part of the process now. You can all open your eyes now. Keep your eyes open. And first, with your eyes open, you will first withdraw. Withdraw completely from the external. Keep your eyes open, but do not form any incompletions, any judgments, any what you understand, any understandings of this outer reality. Completely withdraw yourself. With open eyes, sit straight and bring your awareness to your Anandagandha. Now with your eyes open, bring your awareness completely to the Anandagandha. The Anandagandha center is below the heart and above the navel, in that region. Below the heart, above the navel. In that region, bring your complete awareness with your eyes open. Withdraw completely and only bring your awareness to the Anandagandha center. Completely bring your awareness to that center now. Keep your witnessing awareness, keep your full awareness in that center, in the Anandagandha center, with the cognition that you are operating your body, your whole body, from this one point, from the Anandagandha center point. You can continue to keep your eyes open as you do this meditation. Operate yourself only from the Anandagandha. I am operating my whole body from that center. That is the center. No more mind, nothing else. No more anywhere else. No, only in the Anandagandha. I am operating my whole body from that center. Do not miss the awareness and do not close your eyes at any point. Inhale and exhale, remembering that you're operating your body from your Anandagandha. You're inhaling, you're exhaling from your Anandagandha. You're operating completely from the Anandagandha. Now, slowly close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed. You can close your eyes now. With integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, decide to be unclutched. Consciously decide, I'm going to be unclutched. You can close your eyes. Decide now, strongly decide. I'm just going to be unclutched. No more thoughts, nothing inside. Just completely unclutched. You keep your eyes closed and continue to do this. Sit and reflect on what is the ultimate reality you want to now be the cause of in your life. What do you want to manifest? Now, keeping your eyes closed itself, visualize what do you want to manifest as your reality. Maybe in any aspect. You do not need to judge it. Do not judge that also. Whatever you want to manifest as your reality, hold that in your inner space now. Hold whatever you really want to, so badly you really want to manifest as your reality. Hold that now. Strongly hold that in your inner space now. What new reality do you want to create and experience in your life from now on? Now you can slowly open your eyes and pen down whatever you felt as a reality you want to manifest. Pen that down. Do not need to censor it, do not need to hold it, do not need to share it also. You just pen it down. Any way how you want to manifest your reality, pen it down. And once you're done penning down the reality you want to manifest, connect with your creation in the mirror. You can get a mirror. If you have a mirror, you can keep a mirror in front of you. Connect with the creation in that mirror. Visualize that creation in the mirror. Hold that creation in the mirror. Hold that creation in the mirror. Whatever you can pen it down first and then you can hold that creation in the mirror. Few minutes to do this. I request all the participants to do this and you simply see you'll be able to manifest. So hold on to that and pen it down. Mirror now and hold that visualization, hold that reality you want to manifest. not just as a visualization, but as a reality in the mirror. Hold that in the mirror. Hope all the participants were able to finish the process completely. Now, in that same space now, we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. So continue to hold that space, that complete oneness with Swamiji, that complete silence, inner silence. Hold that space. Swamiji says when we hold that space, we can simply reflect the cosmic truths and simply be able to manifest it. So holding that same space, let us now enter into the power manifestation. So as part of this power, we are going to be doing increasing our own weight and becoming heavier as part of this power. I'll now be projecting the Shastra Pramana for this power of Ashtamahashaktis. Continue to be in that space and organize these powerful cognitions. For the power of Ashtamahashaktis, the Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Samhita as we saw, 5.76, 5th chapter, 76 and 78th verse. Maranam khadyate tena sakenapi na khadyate tasya syat paramasiddher animadi gunaprada vayus sanyacharate dehe rasavriddhir bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagalap piyushamapi vardhate. Paramashiva beautifully says, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lakhima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankajam, also increases in him. See the beautiful Shastra Pramana over here. How Swamiji is explaining how to manifest this power. See, when we understand this, silence, listening, if you understand this, any sound for it to happen, silence has to be there. First, silence has to be there for any sound to happen. Now, when you're speaking, even when you're speaking, even now you can see how I'm speaking. If there is no silence between the words I'm speaking, you'll not be able to understand anything. For any sound to be there, silence has to be there. Silence is the background on which the sound is happening. The source from which the sound is happening. Only when there is silence, only when there is little free inner space in us, only when that silence is there, we'll be able to speak, we'll be able to manifest anything. Only when that silence, that space of one is listening, only then any word which is told will be of any use. Only then any word which is told will be cognized. Only when that space of listening is there. Only when that space of silence is there inside. So if you understand, silence is the background on which sound is happening continuously. Any sound which is given, it's always from that silence only sound comes. Never without silence, sound can come. Only with silence, sound can come. The source is silence. That silence is that space of oneness, where you're not forming any dualities continuously, where there's no more incompletion held inside. That source is silence. Same way, silence is that space, anahata dhvani, space from where you're manifesting the Lent Prajna. So now with this cognition, let us sit, strongly sit, unclutch from everything, chant the Mahavakya intensely as we manifest this power. You can measure your weight, or you can, you do not have that big measuring weighing scale, you can measure any object's weight, even relatively in your hands also. You can measure any objects or measure your own weight and manifest changing that weight. I request all the participants can take some time, measure the weight of your body, measure your body weight. Or if you already know your body weight, you can just sit and do the power manifestation and go and measure it after the power manifestation is done. If you already know your body weight, it's better you measure it before, because you might have eaten or anything, like just to get the exact measurement, to see even a little bit if the manifestation happens. So I request all the participants can measure your weight first as we enter into this power manifestation now. You can measure your weight, and now we'll enter into the power manifestation and be playing the Mahavakya. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Swamiji tells, the Mahavakya is the very sound which will manifest our reality. Mahavakya is the representation of Paramashiva. So when we chant the Mahavakya, as we understood, the sound which we hold inside will manifest outside as a reality. Okay, I see Srinitya Guru Prasadini is saying, I don't have a scale to measure my body weight. Okay, do you have any object you can hold in your hand then? Just because you do not have a scale, maybe an object, you can measure the weight of an object, or even if you do not have a weighing scale to measure the weight of an object, you can just hold an object in your hand and see the weight of it. Even relatively, if you're able to feel the difference, it's better you do it with the weighing scale. But if you do not have a weighing scale, just to get the exactness, like even a little bit, if the manifestation has happened, you'll be able to see. But if you do not have that, then you can just use, you might find an app in the phone, or you can just use it relatively itself, measuring it the weight with your hand itself. Cognize this powerful cognition. It is from the silence, from that space, I am manifesting everything. It is from that oneness space, from that listening space, that silent space only, I am manifesting everything. Let me go back. Chant the Mahavakya. Mahavakya is the sound representation of Paramashiva. Okay, thank you. So that Mahavakya is the representation of Paramashiva. When you chant the Mahavakya, you're literally manifesting Paramashiva in your reality. So hold that space now, and I'll be playing the Mahavakya now for us to manifest this power of the Lord. Continue to be in that space and manifest the power of the Lord.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now you can slowly see whatever has manifested. Open your eyes slowly and you can see whatever has manifested. Completely relax and see whatever has manifested. Even if you are able to feel, do not just know that Swamiji has manifested. Hold it, you can feel the object if it's increased its weight, or if you measured your body weight, you can check your body weight. Share any experiences which you had. Even if you felt the strong presence of Swamiji, so you feel very peaceful, or anything you have, just share it. You can share it and celebrate that space. Surely all of us are very blessed that Swamiji is manifesting through us. We have the direct incarnation of Paramashiva as our Guru. So let us be in complete gratitude by sharing whatever we have manifested. When we share it, we are enriching more people to come and experience this. Then Paramashiva is more happy to manifest in more people. Swamiji says, Paramashiva is always excited to manifest in everyone. So holding that space, let's enrich more and more people and show our gratitude to Swamiji completely. And offer whatever has manifested, offer it at the feet of Swamiji. Swamiji has only manifested over here. So you can post anything you have manifested and share it in your social media platforms. You can even post it in the Zoom chat over here. Even if you felt a very strong presence of Swamiji, or you felt lots of peace, lots of happiness, anything, joy, blissfulness, anything which has manifested, you can post it. All of those are the manifestations of Swamiji. So, and mainly anything which you have manifested physically also you can share, because then you know that it's a very complete, it's a science. You know that, yes, I have manifested. It gives you the strength. You know that I have manifested it. So please share that also. Okay, Srinitya Guru Prasad said the object felt a little lighter than before. Surely, if the object is felt even little lighter, it's not little lighter, it has manifested. In manifestation, there's no quantity, there's only quality. How much you experience Paramashiva. There's no quantity, little lighter or anything. So you have manifested. Hold that as a manifestation and celebrate whatever you have manifested. Very good. Everyone celebrate. Anyone has manifested, it's all our group energy. So it's all Swamiji manifesting. There's no difference. All of us have manifested. So you can celebrate anyone has manifested. Great. So I hope all the participants were able to manifest the powers and had a good experience now. So I request all the participants now. We are going to be ending this session now. I thank all the participants so much for joining and participating in this session. You can stay back. We'll be having the next session. We'll be having the next session now conducted by the next Acharya. And I thank all the participants really for participating and really engaging and doing all these exercises. See, when we start to do it, we start to manifest more and more in our life. And Paramashiva is always waiting to manifest more and more in us. So holding this cognition, let us now end with the Purna Mantra and stay back. We'll be joining you back shortly with the next Acharya. Thank you. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Let's continue to hold the cognition that Swamiji is only manifesting through us continuously throughout the day, and continuously to be in the space of listening as we enter into the next session, and continue to be participating and engaging in the next session. So I thank all the participants. Thank you so much for joining. Please stay back. Thank you, Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda. Welcome to the next segment of the day, where we are going to learn how to speak into others listening. Let us open up this session with the Sadguru Vandana. Sit straight with your hand against spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant together. Jnanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Andvatitam Gagana Sarvasham Tadvamasyadi Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Avaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes, today on this very powerful day where we are learning enlightened communication, let us now get ready to receive the divine insights on how do we speak into others listening. What does that even mean? Most of us, they know the phrase that someone is listening to us, but Swamiji beautifully tells, no, it's not like that. We only have to speak into their listening. Understand? If we want to tell something to a person, it is our responsibility to ensure that they are in the right listening space, or we need to create it, depending on the situation. If we don't take the responsibility to ensure that others are listening to us, then the outcome cannot be guaranteed. We cannot make sure that the information we want to convey, the message you want to deliver, the whatever it is that we want to communicate, if we don't take the responsibility for the others to listen to what we are saying, then we are just wasting our energy. Now, speaking into your listening, how often does this happen to you? You are unable to train yourself, knowing something is good, but not following it, and or knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it. We would have experienced this so many times in our lives, where intellectually we understand that something is wrong or something is right, but we just can train ourselves to follow along with what we already know. When you're not able to speak into your own listening, you have no respect for your thinking. How much you respect your thinking, that much you will be successful in life. For example, Swamiji, this is the right path, but I'm not able to do. Why, when, what to do? When you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Let's repeat this. When you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Based on how much you respect your own thinking, this is how much you can speak into your own listening. So starting off from the very basis, as you are speaking into your own listening, you will be more and more Advaitic, authentic. There will be no gap between the thoughts that you are creating in your inner space and the actions and decisions that you take. Right now, we are, as Swamiji says, we are a mess. So many different parts that all want to move into different directions. But when we integrate these loose parts, we become Advaitic. We experience the oneness and we can manifest our life authentically. We can even function at our peak potential. If we completely separated parts, how are we supposed to function in a specific way? How are we going to make a decision? How are we going to follow through with it? And how do we have the clarity to even follow up with all the information that needs to be gathered, the people that need to be involved? If we are constantly fighting internally with our decisions, judging our thoughts and doubting our own intelligence, how are we going to be successful? If you are speaking into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive with an A, expanding. As you have the ability to speak into others' listening, you can share and enrich them with what you already learned, removing the requirements for them to go through the same process, the filtering, the trial and error, and the struggling to convince yourself. If you activate this power of speaking into others' listening, you can immediately contribute to their lives in a much broader way. Speaking into your listening and others' listening, simultaneous process, not part by part. Both should happen from powerful, complete space. There will not be boredom, tiredness when you speak into your listening. I want to, I don't know how to. There is a past pain which gets triggered whenever I want to learn something, which is something new, which is created in a young age. When you want to learn something new with the idea, it is very difficult. Complete with a pain pattern, suddenly there will be nothing like I want to, I don't know how to. Many times we pick this up in our childhood, especially when we enter school. This subject is too difficult for me. It is not for me. For many people, that might be maths or sciences. For others, it is written subjects where they just can't seem to get the hang of it. But these are all boiling down only to past incompletions where we made a powerless cognitions and holding on to it. And even if we think, oh, it would be so nice if I could start writing a book about whatever topic you might be inspired about, but internally you still feel writing is not my strong suit. I am not good at writing. So you drop the idea and you hold the frustration about it. Past pains getting triggered, only obstacle for you not speaking into your listening. As we continuously trigger the pains of our past, we are creating obstacles for ourselves. Instead of listening in what we really want to do, following through with the inspiration that appears in our inner space, and instead we are doubting ourselves. Let us now listen to what Swamiji has to say directly about speaking into your own listening.
Important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen two doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Same profession. If you are not able to speak into others' listening, how you practice, if you are able to speak into others' listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others' listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others' listening Now you all said the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page, how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily. Make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in 1 full page. some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is a number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? A little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see, I'll make it happen.
Yes. Now that we started this powerful process, let us continue with the revelations about talking into people's listening. See, let us understand speaking into others' listening. There are two components on speaking: moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. You are not convinced about you. Whatever you want to try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still, you have a doubt about that. When you talk what you are not convinced about, the other person does not give you attention, does not listen to you. You will not be speaking into their listening. And if you want to move them, when you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You don't need to impress the other person about you. Now, only you need to do is move the other person. They should do as you want through your words. You come face to face with your incompletions. Wherever you have a block, you will not be able to penetrate through to the other person. When you are not able to speak into others' listening, that is exactly where you are stuck with your own ideas, your own incompletions. So complete. If you can speak into others' person's listening, you will see your block, your incompletion suddenly is put down and melts down. Then you will become clear. With this clarification, let us now continue listening to the revelations from Swamiji himself.
neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with the empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having. And your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are, instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. When whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life, let me tell you openly. I will constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard, but I myself don't believe. No, really I am telling you. In my heart I don't believe I am working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I am spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard, so that they will become more authentic. I'll go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly all right. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you, because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware you should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he is spoken to, he is listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen. For example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. No, 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others' listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana. Self-building dharana. Like bodybuilding, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in the Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahmasutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahmasutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahmasutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books cost. Come on. Please get back to your teamily and start. Listen, It's a teamily exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking, but the other person can question, because you have to speak till he is listening, till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy. And all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all.
Yes, after this second part of the revelations, how to move others through powerful speech, let us move into the internalization exercise, where we are going to implement these powerful revelations. Let's get ready. Let us enter into a small exercise. We're going to take a few minutes to pen down whatever triggers past pain patterns and still has power over you. Pen them down. Pen down what is the first incident that triggered this pain, and relive and relieve each incident. Let us look into pain patterns, which are sitting on our present moment, hangovers from the past, and impacting the way we are building our future. We want to talk to people, but a casual word from them triggers a certain pain in us. Our reaction will be much more intense than the situation requires. We will not be able to react cool and collected. If we are fully conscious, there will be no intense reaction. Even if someone is actively attacking us, we will be just centered and we will know exactly what we want to move, exactly what we need to say. When our pain patterns get triggered, we lose our head, literally. We get heated and angsty, and we react to the words that the other person is using. So we won't be able to speak into their listening and move them with our powerfulness. So let us now enter into this process. Please start penning down. And if you have any questions about this process, just let us know. We can clarify any questions here in the Zoom chat.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Jnananda Paramashivoham. Jnananda Paramashivoham. Jnananda Paramashivoham. Jnananda Paramashivoham. Jnananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
look deeply within and find the source, the first incident where the pain was triggered. Be sincere, don't allow any tiredness or boredom now. This is a very crucial moment where the completion can happen. See, now, so many situations in your life, you would have struggled to talk into other people's listening or move them, change the direction that the relationship is going. Because of your pain patterns, you might not be able to be in that correct space that will enable you to move the other person. So take this exercise seriously and sincerely dig for the painful memories of the early childhood. If you relive and relieve them, they will leave your system, and the after effect of the incompletions will be negligible on your life. So you will be able to just go beyond them. Let us continue for a few moments before we move on to the next step.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, with this, let us now move on to the next step of the process. You come face to face with your incompletions. Wherever you have block, you will not be able to penetrate the other person. When you are not able to speak into the other's listening, that is exactly where you are stuck with your own ideas, with your own incompletions so complete. If you can speak into the other's listening, you will see your block, incompletion suddenly will be put down and melts down. Then you will become clear. To catch up with the previous session. Now you're going to call your friends, family, teamly, your extended family and team, and enrich and register them for Paramashivoham Level 2. If you get a no, you should look in and go back by speaking into their listening. Today, whenever you speak, notice that you are speaking because you have something to say, as compared to you want something to happen in the space of the listener, where the listeners are. Observe and note down. First, let us move into the step to contact your team and family. Let us take a few minutes for this exercise and then move on to the final step of this process. If you have any questions or doubts, please let us know in the comments below.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only he exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let us move on to the final step of this process, where we are going to observe and note down in our book how much are you speaking from where you are and how much are you speaking from where others are. Pen down all the observations, insights you may have while doing this process. So understand when you are speaking from where the others are, you're trying to impress them. And if you are speaking from where you are, you actually have something to say. You actually want to move them So let us take this opportunity to learn more about the way we are communicating and the way we are manifesting our life. Basically, if we are able to move people, if we are able to win them over and make them do exactly what we want them to do, can be in a very friendly manner. If we struggle to talk into others listening, everything is a struggle. But if we can just talk into others, people is listening, they will happily help us. It is not that we are playing some trick on them. No, it is just pure, straightforward truth that we are speaking. Because we are not talking from the complex, twisted pain pattern that is driving us, we are just able to move people. It is not any trick or anything like that. It is just pure consciousness. The moment when we reside in the pure consciousness and the oneness, then we are just able to move people because they will feel exactly the consciousness that we are radiating. So I hope all the participants have called their near and dear ones who can continue this process even outside the session. Make sure you look into this very powerful aspect of your day-to-day life. Let's take just another few moments to pen down what exactly, how much are we speaking from where we are and how much are we speaking from where others are. Let us know in the chat if there's any questions or remarks about this process. Yes. From this space of completion, let us now move on to the next session, which is going to be the next round of the power manifestation. As today we are manifesting the exciting Ashtamaha Shaktis, the 8 great powers, advanced level powers today. We would like to request all the participants to please let us know, do you have a kitchen scale available? A small size scale, which you use in the kitchen to weigh kitchen ingredients. Make sure to procure that. So we are going to continue with the next of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, which is Garima, increasing the weight of an object. We are going to take a small object that can be anything from an apple to a bottle cap, a stone, a small toy car, anything that you have laying around. Just be sure that you want to increase the weight of an object, maybe a gold ring. No, you can use any object. So make sure you have a kitchen scale available. You can maybe let us know in the chat if you have a kitchen scale for this purpose. You can also use any fruit like an apple, for example. So what we're going to do is we're going to first measure the weight of the object and write it down. Best you record it also with your phone. Make sure you take a video of the measuring process. Write down exactly the weight of the object which was measured, and then you declare you're going to increase the weight of the object by this amount. Let's say you took an apple for this power, and the apple is some 150 degrees, 150 grams maybe. And you say, okay, I'm going to increase the weight of the apple by 20 grams. So you write that down. So in the next step of the process, after we have manifested the power, you can verify that, yes, indeed, the weight of the apple has increased by 20 grams as I declared. This is the power of Satya Sankalpa from the space of oneness with the avatar. Other beings, they spend lifetimes and lifetimes of tapas to manifest these great powers. For us, it is just a simple initiation. Just by His grace, the Kundalini is awakened and these powers manifest through us. Be very clear, you are not manifesting these powers, they are manifesting through you. You become a medium, a channel for the divine to function. And for us to experience our own divinity, we are basically playing with these powers. So let us get ready. I hope everyone got their weighing scale and their object they want to increase the weight of. As we are going to start into this round of the power manifestation. See, in the Shakti of Garima, we are increasing the weight of an object. Let us listen to the Shastra Pramana on the Ashtamaha Shaktis. Maranam kajate tena sekena pina kajate tasya sya parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayu sancharate dehe dasa vrittir bhavitruvam akasha panaka jagala ti yusamapi vardate. Death is eaten by him. He is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as anima, lahima, mahima, etc. The vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased. Rasa vritti, the nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus Akasha Pankaj, also increases in him. This is directly from the Shiva Samhita verses 576 to 578. Now, let us get ready for this round of the power manifestation. I hope everyone has weighed their object and made their declaration how much they want to change the weight by. Now sit cross-legged on the floor or on a chair with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam from Kailasa. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Think intensely, you are Nithyananda Paramashiva. And if you think as your identity is delusion, drop it. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva, Nithyananda Paramashiva. Absolute untouching. To experience the state of Paramashiva. Complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva. Oneness to experience as powers of Paramashiva. Intensity vibrating in Ajapa Japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Deep feeling connection with Bhagavan. Experience the being of Paramashiva. Now make sure you record the process of the power manifestation and celebrate Swamiji is manifesting through you. As you continuously chant the Mahavakya and manifest this power of Garima, increase the weight of the object.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, with this, we come to the step of the verification. Now compare the weight of the object, how it was before and how it is now. Does it align with what you declared? Please let us know in the chat below, whether here in Zoom or in the other social media platforms. Let us know how you manifest this power, as we are going to conclude this power manifestation session with the Purna Mantra. After this, the next Acharya is going to take the next session, and we're going to continue to learn about enlightened communication. Thank you all so much for tuning in and participating. Sit straight with your hand against spine, straight line, hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji and chant along. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Panamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Param
Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome each of all the participants, all the Paramashivoham Level-2. This season 6 of this Paramashivoham. So what are we going to do today in today's session? And what did we learn in the previous session? Sorry. We learned on how we can speak into the listening of others. And we have the internalization exercise as well. How we can listen to others. So hope all the participants actually learned that, how we can listen to others and how we can actually have the very intense listening. And we had the power manifestation as well. Hope all the participants enjoyed the power manifestation. So in the next session, what are we going to learn? Yeah, is about sincerity versus seriousness. Okay, so that's the whole point. We're going to learn about sincerity and seriousness. Let me start telling the differences. Here, Swamiji is telling, you should have the courage to make mistakes. Okay, you should have the courage to make mistakes. It's what the Supreme Court of Hinduism is telling. Serious people are always afraid to make mistakes. They take themselves too seriously. They think too much about themselves. It is too much to make mistakes and have someone point it out to them. Actually, I tell you, Swamiji is telling, these people who are afraid of making small mistakes end up making big blunders. Actually, when you make a mistake, people point it out and you're not able to bear it. Your ego gets hurt and you're very sensitive to this. So, to avoid getting your ego hurt, you try your best not to make mistakes. You plan so unconsciously and continuously to keep guarding your ego. but the reasons you give are all different. It is not that you are lying. It is just that you are not aware of the subtle way in which your ego works. There is nothing wrong with making mistakes. Again, in fact, by making a few mistakes, you come to know clearly how to avoid making mistakes because you have experientially understood it. The more you learn from mistakes, the more you know about how to not to make mistakes. Do things to the best of your intelligence and enthusiasm, but without worrying and whether you might make a mistake. The moment you are worried that it might be a mistake, you are worried about your ego getting hurt. So what is the lesson we can learn? Is seriousness closes your mind to the openness and freedom of life. Impact is it makes you dull and dead, curbing your thinking and creativity. So the perfectionism and totality. The perfectionism versus totality. Perfectionism always comes from your mind. It becomes a goal for you. When you are total, it becomes a deep experience. Perfectionism always comes from your mind. It becomes a goal for you. You work towards it as a goal. When you work towards it as a goal, it becomes dead and mundane. But when you are total, when you are established in your heart, it becomes a deep experience. The outcome has to be beautiful. And it will give you joy. Then whatever you do, you will be in the tune with existence. Whatever you do it wholly, totally, and it will be total. You won't have to worry about perfectionism at all. Perfectionism never gives you joy. It only fulfills your ego. Even if you feel fulfilled at the end of it, it is only a fulfillment of your ego, never a fulfillment of your being. Be very clear, perfectionists are the biggest egoistics. They miss the dimensions of being total. Totality is possible when you enter into something deeply. Perfectionism is never possible because it is in your mind, and your mind keeps changing its definition of perfectionism. So what is exactly seriousness versus sincerity? All our comparison with other people begins with what we think of ourselves. Jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. So let's explore the differences between seriousness and sincerity. A small story. Two boys were building sandcastle on the beach. They suddenly had a quarrel and one of the boys got angry and kicked the sandcastle. The other boy went and complained to the king about his serious problem. The king began to laugh at him for getting so upset over silly sandcastles. But the king's advisor, a Zen monk, started laughing at the king. He asked, "When you can fight battles and lose sleep over stone castles, why do you laugh at these boys for fighting over sandcastles?" All our seriousness is just about sandcastles. For the child at that young age, sandcastles seem precious, whereas at our age, stone castles seem precious, that's all. Whether it is about sandcastle or stone castle, the seriousness behind it is the same. The object may be different, but the seriousness is the same. So don't laugh. When children fight over sandcastles, seriousness closes your mind to the openness and freedom of life. It makes you dull and dead. It curbs your thinking and makes you stick to the familiar patterns that you know and use all the time. So how many of us are able to actually understand and grab through this entire story where the Supreme Court of Hinduism is beautifully sharing and actually mapping it with this very powerful cognition? If you're able to understand, please put your comments as well. And if you want me to repeat and teach more further, please do that as well. And Swamiji is again emphasizing learning from mistakes. The impact is they take themselves too seriously, hindering the growth and learning. The fear of mistakes is serious people are always afraid to make mistakes. So what is lightness and spontaneity? Sensitivity. Being sensitive means being strong, being aware of everything. The impact is sensitivity is having the clarity about when to say yes and when to say no. A small story. In a Zen monastery, there was a competition among disciples over who had maintained the best garden. One disciple was a very serious nature. He took the competition quite seriously. He always kept his garden neat, clean, and well swept. All the grass was of the same height. All the bushes were neatly trimmed. He was sure that he would get the first prize. On the day of the competition, the master went around all the gardens. Then he came back and ranked the gardens. The disciples' garden got the lowest ranking. Everyone was shocked. The disciple could not contain himself and asked, Master, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with my garden? Why didn't you rank me the lowest? Why did you rank me the lowest? The master looked at him and asked, Where are all the dead leaves? A garden maintained in such a way is no longer alive. It's dead. So seriousness kills spontaneity. Seriousness destroys creativity. Science has proven that when you perform a task in a relaxed and a light manner, your thinking and decision-making capacity is automatically enhanced. The same task, when performed in a serious manner, dulls your mind. When you do something too seriously, when you're too concerned about the results, you are actually not allowing yourself to perform at the optimum level. Of course, you need to make plans and you need to think ahead, but do it with sincerity, not with seriousness. Seriousness is not the same as sincerity. Sincerity is focusing on the task with enthusiasm and youthfulness. Sincerity is giving the task your best without worrying excessively about the result. When you are serious, you don't enjoy, you don't laugh. How can you laugh when you are serious? Be always sensitive. Being sensitive means being strong, being aware of everything. Understand? Being sensitive does not mean being open to everything. Being unable to say no does not mean sensitivity. That is actually ego. The person who is not able to say no when he needs is egoistic person. Swamiji is very beautifully telling, sensitivity is having the clarity about when to say yes and when to say no, and having the sincerity and courage to follow that specific decision. So what is exactly the way to relaxedly approach life? The science perspective is a relaxed approach enhances thinking and decision-making activity. It impacts performing tasks in a relaxed manner, leads to better outcomes. And serious approach dulls the mind and curbs the creativity. Next, we learn about openness and freedom. Seriousness closes the mind. Sincerity embraces and opens the freedom within all of us. So hope all the participants are able to get along till here. Here, let me come to the final point before we move on to the next of seeing the direct revelation from the supreme point of Hinduism directly. Here, Swamiji is telling all our comparison with other people begins with what we think of ourselves. Jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. We may then create another problem. We may believe ourselves to be so special that we start taking ourselves far too seriously. What is seriousness? Seriousness is nothing but paying undue importance to something. At the cost of everything else, it arises from the inability to see that all of life is just a drama that is unfolding every minute. Seriousness is a result of over expectation from life. So are we all understanding till now? If you're understanding, you can leave your comments. Please leave your comments on the Zoom chat telling if you're able to understand. Because now we're going to move on directly hearing from the supreme point of Hinduism about this very powerful cognition. We're going to listen directly from the supreme point of Hinduism now. Let's all take a few minutes, sit back and see how to learn this from the supreme point of Hinduism directly.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपरम्पराम् Today I will share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Jiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. Understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself. If there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God, if there is no discrepancy, he is liberated, he has experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, is free, liberated. Sincerity is use the right word. The alchemy, chemicals, sincerity is the medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth, even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired, we are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and bend down. All your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear, you don't know, you are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and bend down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and bend down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into the all four zones. Your relationship with you. Jiva's relationship with Jiva means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul. An individual soul's relationship with cosmos. The individual soul's relationship with God. Individual soul's relationship with world. Individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four, flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when, see, it's like a liquid, water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid, water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity, when the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the Sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nithyananda Sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation, sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth. We need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing, adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I've ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and doing this, spending little time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have an absolute freedom, medically, socially, psychologically. It will be possible by the time the person reaches 80, he will be given an option. What gender you want to choose? Male, female. What is the gender you want to choose? And religion. What's the religion you want to choose? They will be given an initial introduction about all religion. An unbiased, simple introduction of the facts and truths. So, kids may have time. Kids may have the option to think, study and think, yes, this is what suits my mentality. This is what suits my mental setup. So this should be my religion. And same way, among the genders. So if you choose male, if you want to be female, if you want to be gay, if you want to be transgender, these are all the options you have. If you choose this, this is the way you will live. If you choose this, this is the way you will feel about you. If you choose this, this is the way you will experience about you. Come on, have a choice. Same way, whether it is physical setup or mental setup, even the language. By the time you will evolve a system, in a very short time, that language can be downloaded into your brain like a software. It will be simple, understand, and we will evolve a system. Of course, already it is evolving. Now the kids can learn the language before birth. The mother is taught continuously some special words through a special rhythm. The kids, when they happen, in a very short time, they are well versed in the language. So the same thing can be done to your brain. I really hope for that day. Of course, it's not too far. Very soon, we will experience. By the time a child is 18, he will be given a freedom. The world government gives a freedom. Which country you want to live? What the profession you want to choose? What the language you want to choose? And what the gender you want to choose? And what the religion you want to choose? I feel that is the heaven. The society which has ultimate freedom and which gives all possibilities, which presents all possibilities in front of you and asks you to respond. Then naturally, every being who chooses any possibility will be having responsibility. So, sincerely, when it is added to you, you discover your religion. You discover your own religion. Please understand, when sincerity is added to you, you will find out how much of devotion is needed, how much of life solution is needed, how much of meditation is needed, how much of seva is needed to plan the strategy for your life. The absolute, free, enlightened life. You will have the right strategy on which you will build your life living enlightenment. So, I sincerely request all of you to add sincerely the ultimate catalyst agent for living enlightenment into your being and achieve and radiate, live enlightenment. Let you all live, radiate, achieve, experience, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, now as we completed the first part of this entire powerful cognition science, where we learned about what is the difference between sincerity versus seriousness, let us all now move on to the internalization exercises. Okay, hope all the participants are able to hear clearly. If you're able to hear clearly, because this is an important exercise which we're going to do for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So this is very important exercise which we are going to do. The first step is pen down 5 places in your life where you have been serious. All of us have been serious in some or other part of our situations, incidents we know. Okay, so pen down 5 places in your life where you have been serious, not sincere, serious, and see how being serious is affecting your life. It can be with you, it can be with others, it can be with the relationships performance, etc. So write in detail, complete and desire to drop the ego and the seriousness which we had, and be sincere from now onwards. And once you have done that, you can share your completion experience onto the social media or towards the Acharya itself. I'm repeating again, if some of the participants or viewers have actually missed the steps. The first step is pen down 5 places, 5 incidents or 5 situations in your life where you have been serious. And look how you're being serious is affecting your life with according to you, according to others, according to relationships, according to everything. And then write in detail the whole incidents, complete with it, relive it, and decide to drop that very ego and be sincere instead and be in the completion from that on. And after that, you will feel a very much difference within your being, and then share that space of bliss towards Acharya, towards everyone on the social media. So let us all sit now and let us all enter to this exercise. It's a very important exercise and it's begin now. Please do it honestly with an utmost integrity and sincerity.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. So what are we going to do now? As we finish the whole internalization exercise as well, hope each of the participants actually pen down in 5 incidents in your life where you are serious, how being serious is affecting your life according to, with completion with you, with others, relationships, and desire to complete and desire to drop, and be sincere from now onwards. Now let's all move on to the quick power manifestation, where we're going to manifest increasing your own height, which is the power of Mahima. So every single power manifestation is again retreating back to the Vedas and Agamas, which is the source scriptures of Hinduism. And this very power manifestation is also revealed there. And let me now recite the Shastra Pramana, and we can get ready to manifest these Shaktis of Paramashiva. Maranam gadyate tena sakenepi na gadyate tasya swaparnama siddhir animadiguna pradha. The translation goes, as death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lahima, and Mahima. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body are also increased, which is called as Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus also increases in him. Now, let's go ahead into the power manifestation instructions. You can bring, if you have a height, you can check your height now, or if you already know your height, if you're like these many centimeters or 5.6 feet or 6.1 feet tall, if you know your height already, please keep that noted. If you're not having any idea of your height, what is your height exactly is, you can get it measured now. Please get your height measured. And then what we're going to do in this round of power manifestation is either we're going to increase or decrease the height of you or an object. It can be anything. It can be particularly you or an object itself. For example, if you're keeping a bottle, maybe 1 liter bottle, 1.5 liter water bottle, and then seeing if it's like around 10 centimeter, 15 centimeter, or less than that. If you want to decrease or increase, what we're going to do is we're going to sit. Remember, Swamiji, be in that very unclutched space. Always in the power manifestation, we have to be completely unclutched. Sit with that very powerful cognition. You are Paramashanta Swarupa. We are experiencing that very space of Paramashiva Swamiji now. And with that very space of oneness, keep chanting the Mahavakya. At the end, do not expect any results of the manifestation which is happening, because when you be throughout this whole session, what do we learn? Just being sincere with whatever we are happening. We are not being serious whether it's going to manifest or no, but being sincere to allow Swamiji to flow through each one of us. Hope all the participants are ready and kept an object, or if you want to increase or decrease your height in person, or the object's height, anything is fine. And let's all begin now. Please sit straight with your neck and spine in a straight line. Consider a comfortable posture. The best posture is Padmasana for the power manifestation practice. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Just allow Swamiji to flow through you, and let's see what are the different experiences each one of us are going to experience in this round of power manifestation.
அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி திசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யநந்தன் தினமும் என் சிரசை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஜோதியான தனிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே செவியிரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க செவியிரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்யன் கருணையுடன் காக்க பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்யன் தீர்க்க நித்ய சண்முகா ஷண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய ஷண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த ஷண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்யானந்த ஷண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க பொறிக்கரம் விரல்கள் 10 பாங்குடனே புறம் கையும் பின்முதுகும் பின்னவனோ பிணி இல்லாமலை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கனிந்து காக்க தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கனிந்து காக்க நேருடை பாடிரெண்டும் நித்யானந்த ஈசன் காக்க சீரிய புதிக்கால் தன்னை குரு நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே விடுதிநாதன் பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க விடுதிநாதன் பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க மெய்யுடன் முழுதும் ஆதி விமல நித்யானந்தன் காக்க தெய்வநாயக விசாகன் தினமும் என் நெஞ்சை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீரை ஜலத்தின் மீதும் சாரிசை ஊர்த்தி மீதும் மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீரை ஜலத்தின் மீதும் சாரிசை ஊர்த்தி மீதும் விண்ணிலும் பிலத்தின் உள்ளும் வேறு எந்த இடத்தும் என்னை நன்னி வந்து அருளார் நித்யானந்தன் வேல் காக்க காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க
ஆனந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம் Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. So now, as you have manifested this power, let's all take few minutes to share your experience onto the social media and see what all the different experiences do we are able to manifest through this whole entire session of this power manifestation session. So as a recap, so what do we all understood and what do we all learned in today's session? We learned very elaborately what is the differences between seriousness versus sincerity, and we had an internalization exercise as well. And we had the power manifestation, a very powerful power manifestation. And now let's all prepare ourselves. We're going to move on to the next, learning about what is ego and how the space of ego affects us. And we're going to have an internalization exercise as well. So get ready. We're going to have next Acharya joining us. And let us all sit straight. And we're going to finish this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda. So today we are going to be getting into yet another exciting session where we are going to be learning about what is ego. So we'll be entering off into the session where we are going to be watching a small clip of where Swamiji is going to be explaining about what is ego. So we didn't get into the deep space of listening as we listen to Swamiji.
Paramashivoham. Showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be dovetailed into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Paramashivoham. Showing off, aggression, activism is not or cannot be dovetailed into the concept of ego. That is not the definition which can solve your problems. I'll tell you from the vision of Paramashiva what is ego precisely. Ego is self-beating mechanism, the stick with which you constantly beat yourself, put you down through your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Constant SDHD bonding gum is what I call lust, and the frequency with which you use that is ego.
Yes. So in this, we saw how Swamiji beautifully explained about ego. Ego and the connection with nature. This is an incident. Now we'll be looking at an incident from the days right after SPH's enlightenment when he was in Tamil Nadu in the South India. One evening, the SPH was sitting in a very relaxed mode in a forest. His eyes were open, but he was not seeing anything, as there was no information going inside him and getting processed. There was a huge snake lying about 3 feet next to him. Because the eyes were not processing any information, there was no fear inside. He was just sitting, and the snake was also comfortable and relaxed. Then slowly, the SPH's mind came down to the normal plane when he had a thought, oh, there's a snake. The next thought came, I should move away. The moment Swamiji got the thought that there's a snake in his presence, the moment Swamiji had the thought, the snake, he saw very clearly that the snake also felt disturbed and that there was a man in the snake's presence. Until Swamiji felt there was a snake, the snake did not feel that Swamiji was there. But the moment Swamiji felt the snake is there, even the snake felt Swamiji was there. Neither did he have fear, nor did the snake have fear. But the moment he had the fear, the snake also had the fear. It was not that the physical distance was changed or reduced. Just the thought snake came in him and he saw very clearly and he was able to feel there was a disturbance, a restlessness in the snake's inner space. The moment he had this thought, I should move, the moment he had the fear, immediately the snake also felt the same insecurity and the same threat. Immediately, the snake started moving even before the SPH had moved away. When your ego becomes strong, your ability to connect with nature is disturbed. We all have two identities that we project to the outer world and to the inner world, that we believe in us and in the inner world. The identity that you believe to be your inside, your inner world, is called your mamakara in Sanskrit. It will always be much smaller than what you really are. You will carry or remember all your failures, past mistakes, and guilt, constantly trying to work on them. The identity that you project to the outer world, that is called ahankara. Ahankara is your visiting card. You print on it everything that you want others to know about yourself. This is based on the identity you show to the outer world. It will always be more than what you have, more than what you are. It will always be much more than what you are, and because you think you have to sell yourself. It becomes a basic need to do this, especially in the societies where you have to market yourself. Ahankara will be based on a superiority complex. Mamakara will be based on an inferiority complex. Ahankara will be based on fear, and Mamakara will be based on greed. The identities that you show to the outer world will always be based on fear. This is why it will always be more than what is true about you. You will constantly try to keep it alive. The identity that you carry in your inner space, in your inner world, is based on greed. This is why you always try to develop the identity that you carry inside you. You constantly work on the identity that you believe is you and continuously try to chisel it. We'll see a small story now. A man arrived home after giving a series of leadership talks to a group of employees at a company. His wife asked, how did the talk go? The man replied, okay, I guess, but I'm not sure how many people understood what I said. The wife asked, why do you feel that way? The man said, because I don't understand it myself. The identity that you show to the outer world will always be based on fear. This is why it will always be more than what is true about you. You will constantly try to keep it alive. The identity you carry in your inner world is based on it. This is why you always have to try to develop the identity that you carry inside you. You constantly work on the identity that you believe is you and continuously try to chisel it. Your life is nothing but fight between these two worlds. The conflict between ahankara and mamakara. The conflict between the personality that you show to the outer world and the personality that you reveal to your inner world. And this is called tension. This uneasy feeling between these two identities creates diseasiness. Both the identities, ahankara and mamakara, are pure myths. Both are lies. You're beyond both of this. You're something beyond these two identities. If you spend your whole energy expanding ahankara, the identity that you project to the outer world, your life becomes a materialistic. People who work on mamakara are constantly working on their personality, trying to create some identity to feel satisfied about. If you spend your whole life like chiseling and developing the mamakara, the inner world, the identity that you think is you, your whole life becomes moralistic and suppressing. The basic truth is that you are much more than these two identities. When you unclutch from these two identities, you will suddenly realize that you are beyond the two identities. When this happens, these two identities can never bind you again. The low self-esteem means showing yourself or imagining yourself to be less than what you are. High self-esteem means imagining yourself to be much more than what you are. Again, this is also based on opinions of others. You judge yourself based on your lifestyle rather than your very life. You weigh yourself by the cars and the real estate you purchased, not by the quality of consciousness you achieve. The big problem is that you do not know how to remove your personality and go to the next personality. You do not know how to use personality like quotes. You are caught up in one personality. Using the wrong personality in the wrong place is what is called ego. Understand, if you are arrogant and violent, where you need to be polite and humble, it is being egoistic. If you are polite and humble, where you need to be courageous, you are egoistic. Understand, we always think, if I am very humble, how can I be egoistic? Be very clear, ego standing on its head is also ego. Ego, it is never inferior ego. One of Ramana Maharishi's disciples translates one of his books into another language. In the translation, inside the book, his name was also published as the translator. When the disciple saw the book, he was shocked to see this. He went to the concerned authorities and scolded them for this mistake. He then went and told this to Ramana Maharishi. They should not have put my name. I don't feel my name should be publicized. I am not that kind of a person. Bhagavan said, the ego that asks for the name to be there and the ego that asks for the name not to be there are one and the same. Relax. Be very clear, the inferior ego that is trying to show humbleness is also ego. It is a superiority complex. With a violent, aggressive ego, at least society will teach you. This ego is very visible. With the humble ego, you will escape from the society. That is even more dangerous. It is a cunning ego that can nicely save itself. Two types of ego, active ego versus passive ego. The active ego is easy to recognize. People with an active ego will behave in a high-handed fashion. They will claim self-importance openly. They will be arrogant. This ego is actually easy for a master to deal with. He just needs to bang on it a few times and it will break. A small story. A psychiatrist asks his patient if he is suffering from fantasies or self importance. The man replies, absolutely not. In fact, I think much less of myself than I really am. A person with an active ego will not be willing to let go of his ego at any cost. At the same time, passive ego is a very subtle and cunning. People who have passive ego will pose as being very humble, lacking courage to face people, and shying away from taking credit. The worst part of this is that they think they are like this because they are not egoistic. Actually, they are so carefully guarding their own ego from getting hurt by the unconsciously thinking they are humble. People with active ego are like dried hard twigs. They can be broken easily. People with passive ego are like fresh green twigs. Each time their ego is hit, they bend but do not break. Their ego is so well safeguarded and it becomes difficult to deal with. Actually, they work very hard to safeguard it, but in a sweet and a passive way. You care so much about others' reaction and opinions towards you. You cannot bear to suffer hurt to the ego that you have nurtured so carefully all these years. This ego is your very anchor point. If it is jolted, you will feel anchorless. So, with the excuse of being humble and obedient, you keep quiet. You miss one more opportunity of exposing your ego in the master's presence. You miss one more opportunity to take a big step towards the flowering. There is one more play of ego that we all nurture so well. It is called the social ego. You feel that your life is highly private to yourself and that no one should be let into it. You are afraid that your whole image might come crashing down and there will be nothing to prop you up in the society. This is social ego. It is more of an identity for you to experience than for others. If you can show yourself to be the world just as you are, you will be more relaxed because then there will be no pressure to cover up anything. There is one more play of ego that we all well nurtured, which is social ego. Because of our social ego, we are always self conscious. We think people are looking at us and talking about us all the time. When you are self conscious, you are egoistic. You think that you're being a big entity and that everyone's eyes are on you at all times. That is why you get self conscious. When you become self conscious, you are living you're living and yet not living. Self consciousness is a barrier to you, to your beauty and grace. Your beauty does not come from the forth freely. Look at animals and nature. They flow so beautifully and freely because they are not self conscious. They are simply happy beings, one with existence. The moment you start thinking that people are watching you, ego has stepped in, and you lose the natural self you carry. Children are not as self conscious as adults. If you watch them play, you will see they have so much beauty and innocence. Even when the pictures are taken, you will notice the pictures taken without you being aware that you are being photographed. Look much better pictures taken when you pose for the camera. The moment you're asked to pose, you become self conscious. Your ego is afraid of what people might say and think about you. The self conscious ego is all the time calculating and weighing others' opinions. When you stop calculating and start being innocent and open, you will be filled with wonder and freshness all the time. Life will never become dull and restrain you. So now, with this, we will be entering into a small internalization exercise. So before we start off, requesting all the participants to get a book and pen, or you can get your laptop or any device in which you can write down. So first, we are going to be identifying and penning down where you are acting out of active ego and through which words it is expressing in you. First, we'll be writing down where all we are acting out of active ego. Identify and pen them down. And the second step will be identifying and penning down where you're acting out of passive ego and through which words is it expressing through you. And the last, we'll be identifying where all you're acting out of the social ego through which words is it expressing through you. Please take a while and do this process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
down, where all you're acting out of your active ego, and through which words you're expressing all of it. 5 and pen down, where you are acting out of passive ego and through which words you are expressing to you. time and pen down where all you existed out of social ego, through which words you were expressing it. We'll be having a few more minutes and then we'll be continuing. Yes. Now, we will be entering into the next step of the process where we are going to be completing with it and decide to align with the Guru's words and teachings. Complete with everything you have written down, with the passive ego, active ego, and the social ego, complete with all of it and decide to align with the Guru's words and teachings. Do this for 5 minutes. Yes. Now, with the same space of completion, let us now enter into the power manifestation. Yes. So today, we'll be manifesting the power of increasing your own weight. So before we enter into the power manifestation, please go check your weight and come. Once you weigh yourself, you can take a photograph of the weight of your weight before you start the power manifestation. Now we'll be entering into the Shastra Pramana on the Ashtamahashaktis. Maranam kadyate tena sakenapi na kadyate tasyasyat paramasiddhir animadi gunaprada. The translation is, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest power, such as Anima, Lagima, Mahima. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased. The Rasa Vriddhi, the nectar, extruding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaja, also increases in him. This is from the Shiva Samhita. So now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. So you can sit comfortably anywhere. You can either sit on a chair or you can sit on the ground. And then visualize you are Paramashiva and everything around you is also Paramashiva. And visualize and know that whatever you command as Paramashiva will happen. Then command your body to decrease or increase in weight, whichever you want. You can increase in your weight. And after the manifestation, you will see that your weight has drastically increased. So now, we will be starting the power manifestation. Now, let us start the power manifestation.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
குருவுமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி திசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யநந்தன் தினமும் என் சிரசை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க ஜோதியான தணிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்யன் கருணையுடன் காக்க பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்யன் தீர்க்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க பொறிக்கரம் விரல்கள் 10 பாங்குடனே புறம் கையும் பின்முதுகும் பின்னவனோ பிணி இல்லாமலை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கணிந்து காக்க தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கணிந்து காக்க நேருடை பாடிரெண்டும் நித்யானந்த ஈசன் காக்க சீரிய புதிக்கால் தன்னை குரு நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா.
Let us take some time and verify. Please weigh yourself again and then verify how much the weight has increased, and then you can put it in the comments. Yes, with this, we come to the end of this session. Hope all of you enjoyed this session. Soon, the next Acharya will be coming and taking over the session. With this, we'll end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanam, welcome you all back for the next session. Let us get ready for the session now. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Just did the amazing power manifestation as well. So let us get ready for the next session. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us offer our gratitude to the supreme pontiff of Hinduism and begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilakhyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanam. The next session is about gratitude. What is gratitude and why do we need gratitude in our life? When we recognize that we are part of the total scheme of existence and that we are lovingly taken care of by the existence every minute, we are overcome with gratitude. We become truly thankful for what we receive every moment, even if it is as basic as usual as our life. As we use the limbs and senses, gratitude is your response to recognizing the abundance of existence. It is the wonderful flowering of energy within you. If there is one energy that takes care of everything in your life, it is the energy of gratitude. If you feel that there is something missing in your life, it is because you feel less gratitude towards something. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals these great truths in the Living Enlightenment, the great book of Living Enlightenment. There are many religions in the world. Each of them emphasize one particular approach as prayer, austerity, surrender, and etc. But there is one thing that cuts across all and connects you directly to the divine energy. That is what is gratitude. Gratitude is the greatest religion. When I tell this to people, they wonder, how can gratitude be a religion? Why should it be a religion? It can be a social habit, but not a religion. Gratitude should be the very breath of a person, not just merely a religion, but it should become the very breath of every person. Gratitude is a transforming energy. It transforms the happenings in you and around you. It is an energy that harmonizes you with the energy of the universe and brings you back tremendous prosperity to you. With gratitude, you will see that existence simply responds to you as if it was being alive, as if the whole existence is alive and a live being. It is the channel to commune with existence.
When gratitude happens, it works beautifully through the law of attraction and attracts prosperity to you. So, how is it possible? Let us now listen to a small story. A great king from ancient India and his advisor were walking together on the street one day. They passed by a sandalwood dealer, and the king told his advisor, "I don't know, but I feel like hanging this man." 1 month passed, and the two of them walked past the same sandalwood dealer again. And this time the king said, "It's strange, but I feel like giving this man endowment today. How is it possible?" The advisor replied, "O king, a month back the sandalwood dealer's business was suffering, and when he saw you walking past, he thought to himself, if the king dies, the the courtiers would come to buy a lot of sandalwood from me for his funeral pyre. He sent out these negative vibrations, prompted you to feel the hate towards him. That is why That is why last time you felt like hanging him without any real reason. I immediately purchased a lot of sandalwood from him to make the tables and chairs for our kingdom. It made him very happy. Today he feels very grateful to you for it. You are now struck by these positive vibrations from him, therefore you feel like giving him some endowment." This is a beautiful story that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares in the Living Enlightenment book. Let us now learn about something called the law of attraction. What is the law of attraction? According to the law of attraction, like energies attract like energies. How does this apply to gratitude? Understand this. When you feel gratitude towards something, towards everything, it means you feel fulfilled, you feel blissful. So when you radiate gratitude, your energy of fulfillment attracts fulfillment back to you in the form of material gains, good relationships, good health, and so on. This is how it works. The important thing is the important thing about this is that material gains, good relationship, and such things are only incidental byproducts of gratitude. The main thing is that gratitude makes you resonate with the existence and transforms you into a beautiful human being. Psychologists have studied the effects of feeling the gratitude on people. In their first study, two researchers, Dr. Michael McCoglow of the Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, and Dr. Robert Emmons of the University of California, Davis, California, concluded that gratitude played a major role in a person's well-being. Their study divided 400 people into three groups and required them to maintain daily diaries. The first group maintained a diary of all the events that happened during their day. The second group recorded only their unpleasant experiences. The third group made a daily list of the things which they were grateful. The results of the study indicated that daily gratitude exercises the result in higher reported levels of alertness, enthusiasm, determination, optimism, and energy. Additionally, the third group, which recorded gratefulness, experienced less depression and stress, had a greater inclination to help others, exercised more regularly, and made more progress towards their personal goals. According to the findings, people who listed daily items of gratefulness were more likely to feel love. McCullough and Emmons also noted that the attitude of gratitude encouraged a positive cycle where one act of gratitude encouraged another. The findings also indicated that the gratitude could work independently of faith. Though gratitude is a big part of most religions, they suggested that the benefits of extended to the gratitude population regardless whether they had faith in it or not, in every particular religion. They further suggested that anyone could increase their sense of well-being and create positive social effects from counting their blessings. Let us now Listen to a beautiful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Get into the space of deep listening and restful awareness to listen to the great truths revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this video.
All right, this session is all about overflowing. Sahasrara Chakra. Here I am sharing with you some of the important secrets, deep truths. There is no qualitative or quantitative difference between you and an enlightened being, except he feels contented in the inner and outer world. Please understand. There is no qualitative or quantitative. I wanted to emphasize both words. Qualitative or quantitative difference between you and a living the master, an enlightened being, except one thing, he feels content about whatever he has in the inner world and the outer world. I want you to know very clearly, I have all problems you have in the inner world and the outer world. Understand? Capital letter. All problems, A-L-L. You have in the inner world and the outer world. I have all problems. Except one thing, I am contented. I feel okay. The only difference between you and me is okay, that's all. No, really. Nothing else. That's all. Suddenly, your whole quality is different. The moment you say, okay, suddenly your whole quality is different. You are living enlightenment. The only difference between how this okay will happen, understand? How this okay will happen? You need to understand a deeper secret of life. If you are having a certain amount of wealth now, intelligence now, relationships now, life is happening in you. Please understand, all these things have happened to you not as an accident. Existence really wants you to have this. You are qualified for it. Even if you die this moment, you will take birth again with all these facilities with you. Please understand, I am talking to you some of the deeper secrets of life and death. How the life is happening. Life is a continuous expansion. If you have the amount of intelligence, for example, you are a doctor, you have this much of wealth, you have this decent life, you have all these basic facilities, some to car, to house and all those things. Do not think it happened to you as an accident. If you think it happened to you as an accident, you will be afraid to die. You will be afraid of life. You may be thinking any time it may be taken away from me. If I die, then I have to work again to get everything. Who knows? I'll have that kind of circumstance, that kind of situation, that kind of everything. Who knows? You have all kinds of misunderstandings, all kinds of insecurity, all kinds of feelings. I tell you, even if you die, you will take birth in a place, in a situation, in an ambience where you will be little more than this, not lower than this. This is the way life happens. If you are holding on to some position which you are not worthy, even now, don't think it will be left with you. It will be taken away from you. You are worthy of where you are. Understanding you are worthy of where you are. That is the first rule to bring confidence or contentment. That's the first thing you need to understand. Existence is living through you. Please understand. I am sharing my enlightenment with you because I feel fulfilled about it. Same way, you are having whatever you are having because existence wants to live through you. It wants to fulfill itself through you. When you achieve something great, existence feels pampered because it wants to achieve it through you. It wants to live it through you. You are not an accident. You are a clear incident. I am not consoling you. I am not giving you some consolation. I am not the person to console you. I am stating the exact truth. If you think I am giving you confidence, consolation, positive thinking, you are wrong. I don't do that job. I am not interested in that job. I am stating straight, simple facts. I am stating straight, simple truths. If you imbibe, get inspired, it is up to you. Otherwise, I don't have a problem. Because I am not a positive thinker, or I am not teaching positive thinking. I am not having some self-confidence workshop. No. That only fools do. All fools are doing all over the world. This positive thinking is the worst foolish idea I ever heard. Thinking itself is nonsense. Then what about positive thinking? No, so there are so many books being written, left and right. The moment you enter into that landmark bookstall, the whole shop, whole bureau whole cupboard is filled with that positive thinking books. Understand, the moment you think, I am healthy, one corner of your mind is saying, no, why are you lying? Tell me, how many of you guys were successful in positive thinking? Never. Even a person who wrote the book will never be successful. I know so many guys who wrote many books about positive thinking and made money, that's all. Nothing else. Positive thinking is a foolish idea. Don't try to think positively and all. Know the truth, then you will become positive. Not that your thinking will become positive. Just know the truth. You will become positive. You will radiate positiveness. Anybody who tries to think positive will always have one part of him fighting with him. Just see, you can see, no, I am healthy, tell 100 times. You will be very strongly telling inside you, no, I am not healthy, I am sick, I am just lying, I am just trying to cover my sickness. You know it. Just try any positive thinking. You will have a big drama in you. How many of you have tried this positive thinking, this kind of things? Then you know the fun. You know the fun. All I am telling you is, don't try to be positive, try to have positive thinking and all. Just know the truth. You will radiate positivity, which can never come by positive thinking. Positive thinking is like putting some cream on your skin. Knowing the truth is really radiating positivity from inside. The work needs to be done little deeper level, not in the skin level. Not on the skin level. Positive thinking is more like covering the septic tank with the lid. Is the word septic tank exists in West? Same word? Okay. Covering the septic tank with lid is going to help? No. Clear it out. The cover is no way going to cover it. How much ever it covers, you know. Can you, just because it is covered, can you sit on the septic tank and eat? You can't, because you know it's only cover. Same way, how much ever you try to have positive thinking, no, I am healthy, I am happy, I am blissful, however you try to have, what will happen? No. Knowing the truth is different, and just thinking positively is different. Thinking positive and all those things, you see, I want you to know this story, then you will understand the power of thinking positive. You know, the greatest, the positive thinking, that self-confidence author, you know, Dale Carnegie. Yes, sorry. Dale Carnegie, he wrote 2 books, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Any of you have read that book? Next to Bible, his books have been sold in the planet Earth. Do you know? Next to Bible. Next to Bible, practically his second Messiah. No, next to Bible, his books have been sold all over the world. In the first book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, he writes about how to come out of the suicidal tendencies. That is the main theme. And the next book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, he is talking about how to have a beautiful relationship with your spouse. That's the main theme. How many of you read these 2 books? I have read. And I want you to know a biographical fact about his own life. He committed suicide because he was not able to cope up with his wife. No, really. Understand, a man who wrote a book which is sold and read next to Bible. Two main themes of the book, he was not able to keep up. He wrote whatever he was not able to keep up. The night he will sit, whatever practical problems he faces and unable to solve, that same problem he will expand and expand and expand and will never give a solution, and that became a popular book. See, when you read a book, when you see that author also had the same suffering, you feel a kind of a sympathy towards him. And you continue to read and enjoy. That is what has happened. Please understand, that is what has happened. That is the main reason why that book has become very popular. When you read, you feel connected. Oh God, he is talking to me exactly the problem I have. You don't even think whether he is giving a practical solution. You only bother about, oh God, I feel really he is sympathetic towards me. You know, there is sympathy. There is somebody who is suffering the same problem you have. And you feel as if you have a solution. I can give you 2-3 tips how to become a great philosopher. Just, I think I already told you once. Write all the problems you have in a very orating way, with all beautiful words, and do not give solution. Because you yourself don't know. Or give the solution what you have. Whatever you have is not a solution. No positive thinking is going to help. Know the truth, that will help. You will radiate positivity. You will radiate positivity. Truth is, existence is living through you. You are not an accident. Even if you think you are an accident, you are not an accident. Existence is feeling, really overflowing. It wants you to be where you are now. You are not in the position, you are not where you are now just as an accident. You are in the position where you are now just as a clear, planned miracle. Please understand, you are a miracle, not an accident. When you understand this truth, your existence is living through you itself. It is fulfilling itself through you. You are a fulfillment for this whole existence. If you are not here, existence is going to miss you. If you are not here, the planet Earth is going to miss you. That's the truth. Otherwise, why should you be here? Long before tsunami would have taken away you. And there are 1,000 reasons to take you away. Why should you be here? There is no reason. And don't think, oh, I am here because no accident happened in my life. No. 1,000 accidents could have happened. You are not here as an accident. You are not a misfit. Be very clear. Existence will miss you if you are not here. Only when you understand the truth. It's like when you understand, that is why I am trying to catch a right word. When Krishna says in Gita, dropping the body is nothing but dropping your cloth, he means this only. Even if you will not find a big difference. You will just disappear here. You will appear in some place almost in the same ambience, same kind of ambience. Because you are qualified for it. If you have developed your quality, you will appear in a better ambience. That's all. It's a simple logic. It's a simple truth. With this understanding, you will have a deep relaxation. Oh God, I am worthy of what I am.
So, that was such a beautiful satsang in the revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, Let us get ready to start practicing this gratitude in our lives. Let us start experiencing the same gratitude in our lives as well. Whatever the experience, whatever gratitude for everything, just let us experience the gratitude in our life. And let us practice a meditation for gratitude. So now, get ready, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us sit in a meditative space to enter into the meditation now.
Concentrate on the crown chakra. Gratitude to your mother for giving you this body. Forget about the ideological differences you have with her. Just give your gratitude for the sake of giving you this body. Father for giving you the life. give your gratitude to the doctors and nurses who received you when you came to this planet Earth. Gratitude to the teachers who gave you preliminary education. Give your gratitude to all the professors who gave you higher education and professional education. Give your gratitude to all your friends who made your young age more joyful. of necessary whenever it was necessary. Give your gratitude to all your friends and relatives who gave you mental strength, right advice, through right counseling whenever it is necessary. Give your gratitude to all the spiritual books and spiritual masters who gave you the spiritual understanding and inspiration towards the spiritual life. choosing you as the host on this planet Earth. Give your gratitude to every single individual who is responsible for your physical health, mental health, economical wealth, and interpersonal relationships and spiritual understanding. Remember every one of them one by one, individually, and offer your gratitude to all of them one by one, slowly.
Yes. Let us now enter into the power manifestation. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, establishing yourself in the space of oneness with the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, getting ready to manifest the divine powers of Paramashiva. Sit straight now with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, let us sit straight and enter into the power manifestation. Today, we are going to be manifesting the power of Astamahashaktis, one of the 8 great powers. So, let us first listen to the Shastra Pramana and then enter into the power manifestation. This is from the Shiva Samhita. Maranam kadhyate tena sakeena pina kadhyate tasya sapramasidhirabhi Anadimirabhgunapradha. Translation goes, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lagima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body are also increased, Rasavriddhi, the juices of the body. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akasha Pankaja, also increases in him. There is an Apta Pramana. Some of us would be knowing this Apta Pramana. This is from the great epic of the Hindu Purana, which is Ramayana. In the great epic of Ramayana, when Lord Hanuman wanted to cross the ocean of Lanka to reach Devi Sita, where she was held hostage in Lanka, he was stopped by a demon named Sursa. And the demon demanded that anyone who has to pass the ocean must first enter into the stomach of the demon as the demon eats. Hanuman stretched himself to 10 yojanas. One yojana is approximately 7.6 miles. So 7.6 miles, Lord Hanuman stretched himself that big, then further stretched his body to 30 yojanas, and Sursa on her own enlarged her mouth to 40 yojanas. Then the great Hanuman, the great hero, stretched his body to 50 yojanas. Sursa widened her mouth to 80 yojanas, and the heroic Hanuman grew up to 90 yojanas, looking like a mountain. Hanuman, observing Sursa's enlarged mouth, open and dreadful like hell, with a long tongue, suddenly shrunk his body into a size of a thumb. So we can see that the great power has been manifested by Lord Hanuman. And this is not just once. Lord Hanuman has demonstrated it multiple times, and in multiple occasions, various different times, we have seen these great power manifestations happening. So now, let us see the Apna Pramana. In 2005, on the 12th of October, the Nataraja deity at Los Angeles Paramashivoham Hindu Temple, the Nithyananda Paramashivoham Hindu Temple, is 6 feet 10 inches. It is 6 feet 10 inches tall. The door was 6 feet 8 inches. In planning how the Nataraja, how to move the Nataraja into the temple, the disciples told Swamiji about the problem. Nataraja would not fit, and his reply was, "Don't worry, Nataraja will fit." They thought they had made an error in measurement. They went and remeasured both the door and the deity. Still, there was a problem with the size of the Nataraja. The disciples at the temple suggested to Swamiji that they make a new large door into the temple to bring the deity in. He again said that the deity would fit. The day came that they were moving the Nataraja into the temple, where there were 10 people all working, moving the Nataraja, who was 2 inches taller than the door, which added even more height to the deity. They came to the door. Lord Nataraja was now 4 inches tall because of the rollers and the wheels of the Nataraja deity, which the Nataraja deity was placed on top of. They all stood and turned to Swamiji. Swamiji asked the disciples to push on the door frame. The door frame was metal, and above it was two stories of concrete buildings. The disciples' logic would have said, "Do not bother." However, they both had been around Swamiji enough to be prepared for unexpected. So they did as Swamiji had asked, having they left all of their logic and they just grunted and pushed the door frame that was held in the position of many tons of concrete. Then he then said to rest of the team, "Now move forward." And the Nataraja deity, he said, "In you come, Shiva." When the deity came in with an inch of the door, we could all see that it was just fit through. The deity came through, the deity came through the door and carried by the men easily. They could not believe what had just happened in front of them. They all the happening that happened in front of them. They all started to laugh, and soon they were rolling on the floor. They were laughing so hard. Swamiji smiled and walked away to organize the next project. So this is the beautiful Atma Pramana, the experience from Swamiji's own life, where he has demonstrated these powers and showed. Let us now enter into the power manifestation itself. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Swamiji, Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Think intensely, you are Paramashiva. Anything else you think as your identity is delusion. Drop it. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. You are Swamiji himself. Visualize this in your inner space. Absolute unclutching to the state of Paramashiva. Complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva. Intensely vibrating in the ajapa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Deep feeling connection and gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to experience the being of Paramashiva. Now you all can turn on your camera, the video recording camera. First, measure the size of an object that you have in front of you and note it down. Connect whatever object. It can be anything that you want to manifest this power. It can be a pen, pencil, an eraser, anything, a box, a small object, anything that you want to, or a cap, anything that you want to manifest this power on. You can use a measuring tape to measure the object first. Connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism now through the chanting of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now declare the change of the object and continue chanting the Mahavakya for a few more minutes. You can declare how much of the height of the object you want to increase, how much of the size you want to increase. You can declare that now. And intensely chant the Mahavakya. And continue to manifest the power. Let us chant the Mahavakya intensely and manifest this power for the next 5 minutes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
have 4 more minutes for the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham.
Continue to visualize and intensely chant the Mahavakya. Continue to manifest the power for 3 more minutes now.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Yes. Now you can relax and slowly open your eyes. Verify the power you manifested now, the power of decreasing the object size. Please verify the measurement. You can measure it again now. Make sure to measure it in the same way that you initially measured it. However you made the initial measurement, whether you used a measuring tape or a marking, however you measured it, measure it in the same way, and you can check the difference in the height now, how much you have increased, and you can post it in the social media as well. Now we are getting ready for the darshan of Paramashiva, darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us get ready now. You can continue sharing your experiences on the social media now. Please make sure to put in the Zoom chat what your experience is and how much you have manifested. You have the next 2 minutes. Quickly share your experience and your manifestation in the Zoom chat as well. How much you have increased or how much you have decreased or what happened to the object. You can just share it in the Zoom chat. Whatever happened, whether you manifested or you did not manifest, whatever was the result, whatever was not the result also, you can just share it in the Zoom chat and the YouTube comments if you're watching us on YouTube. Make sure to share, and let us now get ready. Let us now get ready to prepare ourselves for the darshan. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and get into the meditative space to enter into the preparation of darshan of the Paramashiva.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.